14 червня у Брюсселі відбудеться саміт НАТО.
On the 14th of June in Brussels, there will be a NATO summit. Ukrainian youth is talking to the alliance. On the 11th of June, we have Kyiv Security Forum for Ukrainian youth, so that the world hears new generation of Ukraine. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear participants of Kyiv Security Forum for Youth, dear viewers, those who see us online, offline. I already mixed up all this online, offline, or what is physical, what is virtual. Along all the lines of communication, we send very important message to Brussels from Kyiv, not only from Kyiv, but from our partners in Georgia and Moldova, in our region, on the eve of the NATO summit, which is going to take place on the 14th of June. Today we're going to have very many interesting discussions because we have young professionals gathered here from all regions of Ukraine. We'll have very interesting TV communication with Tbilisi, and we have many talks. But as for me, the major element of these talks is the key idea: Ukraine and Georgia must become members of NATO, and we will be demanding implementation of Bucharest, decision of Bucharest summit, in which the future membership in the alliance was fixed. We're talking about other countries of the region, Moldova, Georgia, and liberated Belarus, because this is the major precondition for long-term peace in our region. And we have here very interesting and important partners: NATO office in Ukraine, Information Documentation Center of the Alliance in Ukraine, definitely Georgian Research Center for Economic Policy, and our friends from the Atlantic Council. Therefore, we'll have a very interesting and, I'm sure, a very professional discussion. And to start it, let me give the floor to the founder of the Kyiv Security Forum, Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2014-2016, and the most important, the signator of the letter to the North Atlantic Alliance in January 2008, when Arseniy Yatsenyuk, together with Viktor Yushchenko, Yulia Tymoshenko, raised an issue of granting a Ukraine map. Arseniy, the floor is yours. I'm glad to see all of you on the eve of the NATO summit. Why have we decided that this should be the Youth Forum? Because the Youth Forum, it's not about yesterday, and it's not even about today. It's about the future of Ukraine, about tomorrow. And I would like the participants of the NATO summit and Ukrainian political establishment and our foreign partners to hear your voice, to hear your vision, whether you want Ukraine to become a NATO ally. What future for Ukrainian youth wants? If we look at the sociological polls over the last 12 years, we have done a leap forward. I remember the times when the level of support of the idea of NATO membership was not more than 10 to 12%, the support to this idea. And today, if we put the issue on the referendum, more than 60% of Ukrainians would say NATO, yes, we are for NATO. How can we answer the question, why do we need NATO? I will try to explain in simple words, but using very complicated historical definitions and choices. What would happen if Ukraine was a NATO member state since 2008? If Ukraine were the NATO member state, Russia would have never annexed Crimea. If Ukraine were NATO member state, Russia would have never conducted a military aggression against Ukraine, the territory of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. If Ukraine were the NATO ally, Russia would have never shot down MH17 aircraft by its missile over Ukrainian territory. If Ukraine were a NATO ally, thousands of Ukrainians would have not died for our country defending their land, because Russia would have never conducted military aggression against Ukraine. If Georgia were the NATO member state, NATO ally, Russia would also have not violated territorial integrity of Georgia. If Ukraine and Georgia were NATO allies, NATO would have been stronger. When we speak about more complicated approaches, we must understand in general why it is extremely important for Ukraine to become a NATO ally. And here, during the discussion, I would like to hear your opinion. Why do you think that NATO is the future for Ukraine? But I will tell you my vision. NATO today is 30 countries. NATO is not a military bloc. It's a bloc of democratic states. It's a union of democratic states which struggle for the values of the free world, which all the NATO allies have more than 50% share of the total economy. So more than 50% of total economy in the world belongs to NATO member states. Every day, all NATO allies together have more than 3 million soldiers who protect peace, stability, and security in the NATO member states. Total number of funding defense NATO states is more than $1 trillion. So this is a union of successful states, and Ukraine deserves to become a member of this union of successful states, at least because Ukraine has demonstrated how it fights for its future, how it fights for its freedom, how Ukraine fights for its independence. We defend the borders of NATO member states. We fight for our own freedom and for the freedom of our partners from the alliance. We have proven that with weapons we defend democracy. The future of NATO is extremely important for Ukraine, and the future of Ukraine is extremely important for NATO. Why do I say that? For you, for the young generation, it's important that Ukraine becomes an ally. I don't want you to wait for dozens of years more until our partners from NATO would sign the map for Ukraine, and the moment would come that Ukrainian youth would say, we have already reached it, both NATO membership and EU membership. Danilo said that in 2008, 13 years have passed. As head of the parliament, chair of the parliament, I signed with the president and prime minister the letter to NATO on signing a map. What is a map? Map, it's like an examination before you become a full-fledged member of the alliance. 13 years have passed, but unfortunately nothing changed. Until now, we have not received a map. We have not got map. And here it depends both on Ukrainian homework and political responsibility of our Western friends. Everyone should take a decision. Our decision is simple and clear, and it is fixed in Ukrainian constitution. Ukraine must become a member of the European Union and NATO. This is a long road, but this road should be passed. And in 2002, there was a decision of Bucharest summit. Vladimir Putin either cannot read well, or he was not informed that summit in 98 has already taken a decision about Ukraine, because Putin said nobody guaranteed us that Ukraine will not become a member of NATO. Vladimir Vladimirovich, you were guaranteed that Ukraine will become a NATO ally. This is written in the resolution of the Bucharest summit of 2008. It is written there that we today decided that Georgia and Ukraine will be NATO member states. This is the answer. This is directly said that Ukraine and Georgia will receive a membership action plan. Today's world, on the one hand, has become technologically advanced, and I see, looking at young people, at my daughter, I see that they are much more advanced in technological sense than myself by dozens of accounts. You are the new generation. You are the generation of new technologies. And in this new generation, all the global technologies should make life of a human longer, safer, healthier, more happier, and better. And in this this world, we are investigating new planets, or look at the vaccine Pfizer-BioNTech, which is based on RNA. It's all from tomorrow, technologies from tomorrow. But all these new technologies do not give us answers to the old challenges, how to combat evil. Because on our borders there is evil. This evil lives in Kremlin. Its name is Putin and the whole Russian machinery. Evil lives in Minsk. Its name is Lukashenko, who is fully under Putin, who is destroying people. And this evil threatens us. And in order to overcome this evil, we must stand together. And this must be understood by our Western partners. They will not cope without us. We will not cope without them. Every year, on the territory, for the 7th year, on the territory of Europe, there is a war started by Putin against independent Ukraine. For the 7th year, we are getting support from the West, and for the 7th year, we are waiting, we're expecting for the West to take a decision to give us a membership action plan. I continue to be optimistic. I still believe that we will reach it. Not many people would believe that we would stand against Russian aggression, but we did. Not many people would believe that we would get visa-free travel to Europe, but we got it. Even some European friends believe that Ukraine is a member of the European Union. If you remember, a couple of days ago, two cyclists from Germany decided to cross Ukrainian border out of the border crossing points, thinking that Ukraine is a member of the European Union. I must say they were not mistaken. They just came a little too early, but in general they did everything correct. The time will come when Ukraine becomes the member of the European Union and NATO, and you do everything possible for the world to hear the position of Ukrainian youth, the position of Ukrainian future, your wish, your faith, your hopes, and your vision of Ukraine. Successful, European, free, safe and member of European Union and NATO. We are for NATO. Glory to heroes. Glory to heroes and glory to Ukraine. Obviously, First of all, I'd like to thank you, Prime Minister, for this very optimistic speech. And we are getting to a very important address. This is an address on behalf of the NATO Secretary General, which is made by Special Representative, our good friends, James Apaturai.
Participants of the 9th Youth Kyiv Security Forum, on behalf of NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, we send you the best wishes for your timely and important event. It is a great initiative to dedicate this Youth Kyiv Security Forum to Ukraine-NATO relations. Thank you to Arseniy Yatsenyuk for inviting me to speak to you. Next Monday, allied NATO heads of state and government will gather in Brussels for the NATO summit. This is the first meeting with President Biden and a unique opportunity to reinforce allied unity and solidarity, to accelerate NATO's ongoing adaptation, and to prepare NATO for the future. To stay successful, NATO must continue to adapt to today's challenges and tomorrow's challenges and deal with a world of global competition, advancing authoritarianism, and continued instability in NATO's neighborhood. For this purpose, we have launched the NATO 2030 initiative. At our summit, NATO leaders will take decisions on many issues that affect our security, such as the challenges posed by Russia, to which we will continue to respond by strengthening our deterrence and defense, by being open to dialogue, and by deepening our partnerships with like-minded countries and organizations around the world. Leaders will also discuss other pressing issues that are part of an ambitious and forward-looking agenda: the threats from terrorist and cyber attacks, the challenges posed by disruptive technologies, the security challenges of climate change, and the rise of China. Ukraine has been one of our closest partners, and we consulted on these NATO 2030 decisions. Throughout its independence, Ukraine has demonstrated its commitment and its ability to contribute to Euro-Atlantic security, in particular through its significant contributions to NATO-led missions and operations. That's why last year, the North Atlantic Council granted Ukraine the status of Enhanced Opportunities Partner, which only 5 other partner nations have. On this basis, and based on the values and principles we share, we will further develop our mutually beneficial partnership. As part of our efforts to respond to the challenges that we face together, allies also consulted Ukraine on the Russian challenge. Like virtually no other country, Ukraine has seen Russian aggressive behavior. Russia's attempts to undermine the rules-based international order culminated in its occupation of Crimea, its military intervention in Ukraine, and fueling of the deadly conflict in eastern Ukraine. Allies are unwavering in their support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. They showed this again recently in the face of the unprecedented Russian military buildup along Ukraine's borders and in Crimea. They quickly agreed additional measures to enhance Ukraine's situational awareness and its capacity to resist disinformation and hybrid threats. Allies fully support your country's right to decide its own future without foreign interference. Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations will be high on the agenda of this Youth Kyiv Security Forum. Young people in Ukraine have made their choice clear on Maidan Square, during elections, and with active engagement in civil society organizations. You want to be part of a family of free and democratic nations. NATO's door remains open. Allies stand by the decisions of the Bucharest Summit in 2008 that Ukraine and Georgia will become NATO members. I expect NATO leaders to state very clearly at the summit next week that principle. But there is no shortcut to membership. Each prospective member has to go through wide-ranging reforms, not only of its security and defense institutions, but also with regard to the rule of law, good governance, and economic stabilization. These are things that the Ukrainian people of all ages expect from their leadership. reforms will make Ukraine more resilient, more prosperous, and more stable, and will bring Ukraine closer to NATO. So leadership on the issue of Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations means first and foremost leadership on the reform track. Significant progress has already been made. There is still work ahead. So I wish you successful and thought-provoking discussions. Engaging with young experts is always a privilege. I really regret that I can't be with you in person today. In the coming months, NATO's engagement with Ukraine will certainly intensify, not only because the restrictions related to COVID-19 will be lifted, but also because allies in Ukraine are eager to work together even more closely. And we look forward to this.
James said several very important things that we have to understand before the NATO summit. Well, first of all, we hear this as important political news, that we have to expect that during the summit a declaration will be endorsed which will confirm the principle which was enshrined back in 2008 about Ukraine and Georgia in the future being a member of NATO. This is point number 3 in that declaration. It speaks also about the importance of map for Ukraine. James also said very important another thing, that a lot depends on Ukraine. We need reform and not imitation. And another important point, our cooperation with the alliance in the near future will be increasingly dynamic. These are very important messages that we've heard today at this Youth Security Forum, the main platform for discussing security-related, war and peace-related issues. And it is very important for us that today with us here we have here Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Ms. Olena Kondratyuk. I invite you to the rostrum. This is a big honor for us. But before I give you the floor, I'd like to say that we also received a welcoming letter from the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Razumko, who said that Ukraine should become a member of NATO. Thank you, Danilo. Thank you for introducing me. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear chairman of the forum, thank you for the opportunity to address the youth audience today at this forum. Emotionally, for me, just like every one of you, I felt like coming here not in a formal suit, but in a uniform of the national football team, because it bears very important symbols and signs for Ukraine: the colors of our flag, our coat of arms, the map of our single and indivisible Ukraine, and our welcoming address. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. These are very powerful images that unite millions of Ukrainians in terms of their values, confidence in Ukraine being a united nation. Likewise, our youth is united by the aspiration to see Ukraine within NATO and the EU. On the 7th of February 2018, together with our colleagues, we voted at the Verkhovna Rada for changes in the constitution and enshrined the strategic course of Ukraine towards membership in NATO and the EU. This strategic goal should be irreversible and unchangeable for all political generations in Ukraine. This is not something to be speculated upon during the elections, and these clauses in the constitution will never be changed. We in Parliament, both the minority and the majority, can debate different tactics, social strategies or modalities, but the guideline, the main direction of our Euro-Atlantic movement should stay unchanged. I'd like to quote something to you. NATO welcomes Ukraine's and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership in NATO. We agreed today that these countries will become members of NATO. Both nations have made valuable contributions to alliance operations. And it goes on to say, we welcome the democratic reforms in Ukraine and Georgia and look forward to free and fair parliamentary elections in Georgia in May. MAP is the next step for Ukraine and Georgia on their direct way to membership. Today we make clear that we support these countries' applications for MAP. This is point number 3 of the declaration of the Bucharest summit, dated April the 3rd, 2008. Yes, 13 years have passed. You're right, Arseny. But let's be frank. We're still actually standing before the door, waiting for it to be open. That is why today, for us, for our generations, and for all those in power, for those responsible for the country, we have to answer just one question. What are we supposed to do to realize the Euro-Atlantic choice of Ukraine? And the young people taking part in today's summit or forum or watches on the internet are entitled to ask us and our international partners, what have you been doing all these years? When will Ukraine start living in the EU and NATO? And why we are still not there? What other price should Ukraine pay to finally debunk the myths about the alleged impossibility for countries with military conflicts on its territory to become a NATO member? How many more sons and daughters of Ukraine should lay down their lives defending our country from the Russian aggression to stop discussions about that in NATO countries, so that the doors of the alliance should not be just open for us, so that we can actually enter. NATO membership should be determined exclusively by compliance with standards and the level of readiness, and not the international environment or the wish not to roil the aggressor, which gets increasingly audacious and aggressive in its actions. The historic justice should be restored in Ukraine, and Georgia should in the near future get MAP and become full NATO members. I remember very well the motivated speech of the Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg on the 31st of October 2019. And he quoted Shevchenko, "It's terrible to lie in chains, to rot in dungeons deep, but it's still worse than you're free to sleep and sleep and sleep." And these are not just the words of Taras Shevchenko. This is what Secretary General of NATO said. So let us be resolute and responsible. This is the main message for everyone who makes key decisions. As a representative of the opposition, I'd like to call upon our government to reform. Let's put aside all the imitations and gimmicks and lead Ukraine towards NATO membership. At the same time, I believe that the parliament has enough expertise to support by laws and bylaws all the necessary changes and reform. I fully share the words that the Secretary General said in Ukraine, that this convocation of Parliament has an opportunity to change Ukraine for the better. The key task of our parliament, in close cooperation with the opposition, is to bring the social and political life in Ukraine in compliance with high Euro-Atlantic standards in the area of rule of law, combating corruption, protection of investments, and gender equality. In the near future, we have to finally put an end to the 4-year saga entitled The Law of Ukraine on the Security Service of Ukraine, and I hope that by joint efforts by the end of 2021 we will finalize a package including 5 key laws of Euro-Atlantic package. Alongside with the law on the intelligence and defense procurement, there should be the law on the security service and the law on the state secrets and civilian democratic control. As the Vice Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, I see huge potential in taking Ukraine forward through interparliamentary cooperation and diplomacy, primarily with countries of the alliance and our Western neighbors. Today we work in Parliament to make sure that in April 2022 we could host the postponed NPA, not Parliamentary Assembly session, which was cancelled because of the COVID restrictions. And we pin a lot of hopes on our strategic partner, the United States, because without the involvement of the USA in our coalition to fight against the aggressor, it would be very difficult for us to withstand this aggression. Dear friends, our discussion precedes the summit, which will take place next Monday, and the meeting in Geneva between the President of the US and Russia. For certain reasons, Ukraine will not be represented at both of these summits, but this is not the most important thing that matters. What matters most is that the resolution of the Ukrainian issue, which should be about full and irreversible restoration of our sovereignty and territorial integrity, this is something that free Europe is impossible without, just like it is impossible without Ukraine as a new member of NATO. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussion.
Bravo, Lena. Thank you for your address as a deputy chair of the parliament. For us, the parliamentary component is very important. I'm going to give the floor to our very good and reliable friend, Alexander Vinnikov, the head of NATO representation in Ukraine, who's helped us a lot for this event to take place and to happen successfully. Alexander, the floor is yours. Dear Prime Minister, dear Vice Speaker, dear participants of the forum, I'm very grateful to the organizers of this event for inviting me, and very happy to be here with the EU NATO representation in Ukraine. Also is proud to be a partner of this forum. And with your permission, I will speak in one of the official languages of NATO, English.
Start by commending the Open Ukraine Foundation for this initiative, as well as for all the other projects it is implementing in support of the young generation. Because the future of this country rests with its young people. It will be up to you, young leaders, to determine where your country will be 10, 20, 30 years from now. What do you want for your country in the future? What is your vision? What do you want to achieve? I dare to assume that you see the future Ukraine as a prosperous and peaceful state that is firmly anchored among the family of European and Euro-Atlantic democracies, committed to common values and principles. And this vision is shared by NATO allies. Because, as the NATO Secretary General has reiterated on multiple occasions, an independent, sovereign, and stable Ukraine is key to Euro-Atlantic security. All NATO allies indeed want Ukraine to become a success story. As Ukraine and its friends prepare to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Ukraine's independence, we also look back on 30 years of NATO-Ukraine cooperation and partnership. In these 3 decades, our relationship has developed into one of NATO's closest and most active partnerships. Last year, as it has already been stated, allies granted Ukraine the status of an enhanced opportunities partner, which is a privileged status that recognizes Ukraine's significant contributions to Euro-Atlantic security. NATO's level of engagement with Ukraine since 2014, both at the political level and in terms of practical work, has been unprecedented. Allies have been steadfast in their support for Ukraine's sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. This means that NATO does not and will not recognize the illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea, and the alliance has repeatedly condemned Russia's ongoing aggression in the east of Ukraine and continues to call on Russia to withdraw its troops, weapons, and support for the militants from Ukrainian territory. As a result of Russia's aggressive actions, NATO suspended all practical cooperation with Russia while leaving open political channels for communication. NATO has also significantly strengthened its deterrence and defense measures in the east and southeast of our alliance, as well as its presence in the Black Sea. In addition to our unwavering political support, NATO and allies provide significant practical support so that Ukraine can become more resilient and better provide for its own security. We support Ukraine's ambitious and wide-ranging reform agenda, which will benefit the country's citizens and help advance its Euro-Atlantic aspirations. In 2019, Ukraine's strategic course towards membership in NATO was enshrined in your constitution. And last year, this goal was also incorporated into Ukraine's new national security strategy. NATO recognizes Ukraine's membership aspirations. As the chairman has said, at the Bucharest summit, allies agreed that Ukraine and Georgia will become NATO members. This decision stands and has been reconfirmed at subsequent summits. And as my boss, James Apatherai, just said, it will be reconfirmed at the upcoming summit next Monday. Because NATO's open door policy remains in place and it brings results. As you may know, in recent years, 2 more members have joined the alliance, Montenegro and North Macedonia. All decisions in NATO, including on membership, are taken by consensus. Hence, any decisions on Ukraine's accession must be taken jointly by the 30 allies and Ukraine. No other country has a say in this process, because each sovereign nation can decide its own future. The era of spheres of influence is over. Nobody can say with certainty when exactly Ukraine will join NATO. What we know for sure, however, is that Ukraine and you, as citizens and future leaders of Ukraine, can do a lot to foster that process. It may fall to you to implement the reforms and transformations that will strengthen Ukraine's security, its ability to defend itself, and hence contribute to Euro-Atlantic security. Ukraine has many practical instruments to foster such reform. I would like to just highlight one today, and that is the annual national program under the NATO-Ukraine Commission. This is a key strategic document for Ukraine to develop and plan the systemic reforms that will bring it closer to NATO membership. Allies welcome that in recent years, Ukraine's ANPs have become more strategic and result-oriented. This is important because in the absence of a strategic vision, reforms risk derailing and values eroding, as happened after 2010. Allies encourage Ukraine to further consolidate its democratic institutions, strengthen the rule of law, and develop security and defense capabilities in accordance with NATO standards, principles, and best practices. Since the Revolution of Dignity, more progress has been made with reforms than in the 20 years before it, including in the security and defense sector. These efforts have been critically important in view of the fundamental threats to its independence and territorial integrity that Ukraine has faced since 2014. In 2018, Ukraine's law on national security was adopted, setting out the framework for reforms in the security and defense sector. And last year, further significant steps were taken to take forward its practical implementation. This year, these efforts continue as the government and parliament work on important reform legislation, including on the security service of Ukraine, the SBU, the further transformation of the armed forces of Ukraine, and on building a national resilience system. And of course, more work remains ahead. NATO, including through its representation here in Kyiv, continues to support Ukraine to develop and implement the Euro-Atlantic reforms across the security and defense sector. Dear Prime Minister, dear Vice Speaker, dear participants, with your permission, I would like to end on a slightly more personal note. This summer will mark the end of my tenure as the head of the NATO representation to Ukraine. I have been privileged to serve in this great country for close to 6 years. During these historic times, I have met many impressive people who are patriotic and passionate about their country. Among these are many young people with a vision, with aspirations, who dare to take responsibility for their future and for the future of their compatriots, be it on the front lines or in civilian life. I would like to honor those young people who are defending and building their country, those who paid the ultimate price, as well as those who chose to stay in Ukraine and contribute as public servants, helping to implement the deep reforms that I just mentioned, as civil society activists, providing a moral compass and making this country better, or as entrepreneurs who want to play according to transparent and fair market rules and help build an innovative, competitive, and prosperous economy. Yes, there are many challenges ahead of you, but I'm confident that with your dedicated efforts and with the support of your friends from across the globe, a bright future is ahead of you and Ukraine. So I would like to thank you for your attention and wish you an inspiring day today and all the best for your future. Дуже дякую.
Браво!
Alexander, on behalf of Kyiv Security Forum, and I hope that on behalf of all present here in this room and from all Ukrainian public, I would like to thank you for this successful mission of the head of NATO representation in Ukraine. We value very much your work and your attitude to Ukraine, because in this attitude there was nothing mechanical. There was empathy, respect and solidarity, and we thank you for being with us at these difficult times in hope for further cooperation. Thank you. Our next speaker who will address to the Kyiv Youth Security Forum is a special person. She is one of the authors of the Bucharest Declaration of NATO. Condoleezza was one of the ideologists of that important declaration and the position on doors of NATO being opened for Ukraine and Georgia, and we have to expect for the map. Therefore, the floor is to the Secretary of State of the United States in 2005-2009, Condoleezza Rice.
I want to bring greetings to the Kyiv Security Forum 2021. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but maybe sometime in the future when we can travel again. But I just want to say, especially to these young people gathered there from across Ukraine, I'm so happy that you are there to celebrate the possibilities of Ukraine's relationship with NATO. And of course, since you have a regional component of Georgia's as well. I want to reaffirm to you that those of us who participated in the Bucharest Declaration still stand by that indeed NATO, as the world's premier collective security organization of democratic states, must one day include a place for Ukraine and for Georgia, and to affirm, therefore, support for the membership action plan for Ukraine and for Georgia. I want to say, too, that I know that this is about to be the 30th anniversary of the renewal of Ukrainian independence. A lot of brave men and women have fought, and some have died, to defend your territorial integrity from the aggression of your Russian neighbor. The world will never forget what happened in Crimea and what continues to happen in eastern Ukraine. Ukrainians have much of which to be proud. Over these last 30 years, there have been a lot of difficult circumstances, a lot of ups and downs. It hasn't been a straight path, but you have been on a road to a more democratic and prosperous Ukraine for all of your people. The young people gathered here at the Kyiv Security Forum are the future of that struggle for a better Ukraine. And I hope that as you work for a better and more democratic Ukraine, you will not forget that there are people still struggling for those basic rights right around the corner in Belarus, where they are being denied in the most brutal way. Freedom and democracy are a journey. They're not a destination. You have to keep working at it every day. But I want you to know that your friends in the United States of America and across the democratic world and across democratic Europe know and understand how hard that journey is, but appreciate all that Ukraine has achieved in this almost 30 years. So to the young people, keep this flame alive. Keep working for the Ukraine that you want to see. Democratic, prosperous, whole, and at peace. Thank you for letting me join you.
Those are wonderful words, and what matters most about them is not just that we, Ukraine and Georgia, will become members of NATO, but that we have a lot of things that we can be proud of since we gained our independence. We have to respect that. But we also have to remember that we are a large regional country in its interests, values, and influence. We have to understand that we are too big to think small, and we are too big to be self-centered. That is why we have to defend every country of our region, democracy and freedom in these countries, all the way from Belarus to Moldova, from Moldova to Georgia. And now it is a great pleasure for me to announce a video link between Kyiv and Tbilisi, attended by young professionals, Ukrainians and Georgians, and we're going to speak about the North Atlantic Organization, about our ambitions, our goals, and about ourselves. I'd like to give the floor to the moderator of this panel, Solomia Borshosh. Solomia is a friend of our forum and research of international relations and international humanitarian law. Solomia is specifically interested in international technical assistance. She analyzes the impact of this assistance and so on. She's also a public activist and has an independent medium. She's a brilliant professional, and today's discussion is going to be very interesting. Please welcome, and let's speak about how we can unite the efforts of Ukraine and Georgia for NATO membership. Thank you very much, Danilo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am Solomia Borshosh, and it is my pleasure to work together for the sake of our shared goal of taking our goal of NATO membership ahead by my humble and maybe sometimes provocative, sometimes profound questions to our speakers. And the speakers, thanks to Mr. Lubkivsky and Mr. Yatsenyuk, are really impressive in terms of their experience and expertise. So first of all, I would like to thank the speakers, Alexander, Arseny, Olena, for giving us a good start for today's discussion. Thank you very much for your inspiration, for your confidence. Therefore, my mission now for the following hour and an hour and a quarter is to give the floor to a slightly younger generation than your good selves, but a generation which I hope is equally confident and hopeful about Ukraine sooner or later becoming a member of NATO. But we all know that accession to NATO is an operational goal. The most important strategic goal is territorial integrity, political sovereignty of Ukraine, and therefore well-being and secure well-being for each and every citizen of Ukraine. So I will step aside a little bit because we have lots of speakers both from the Ukrainian and the Georgian side who, in spite of their young age, they have very impressive achievements and ideas as where we stand as a country and how we can unite the efforts of our two countries, Ukraine and Georgia, to make sure that we get membership at NATO as soon as possible. I invite to this stage Mr. Mykola Veliskov, please. Good morning. And Artur Perivirzev. And Mykola Robchak, the third speaker on the Ukrainian side. It's a pleasure to see you, gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to see you in our panel. I hope we are going to have an interesting discussion. But before we switch to the actual discussion, I also would like to present to you my colleague and co-moderator from Georgia, Shota Minkarelli, and his colleagues who will share their views as to how we can best unite our efforts to make sure that we gain membership in NATO. So from this second on, I'd like to warn you that we switch to English for the sake of our Georgian colleagues. And before we give the floor to the Georgian side, I'd like to extend our best regards to our participants, online participants. Thank you very much for being with us, and please, our colleagues online, don't forget to ask your questions to the speakers, irrespective of the panel topics. Your questions will always be very welcome.
I think it's time. I really talked a lot. And yes, this is really my pleasure to introduce to you Shota Gvinarelli and his colleagues in Georgia. So, Shota, how are you doing? How is the weather now in Georgia? Гібридне життя онлайн-офлайн інколи буває з затримкою. Я думаю, що вони нас не чують. Dear Shota, can you hear us? The colleagues from Georgia, can you hear us?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. So finally we can hear you. And Shota, could you please present your speakers so that we know really very fast who you have on board today and which expertise you can share with us today?
Okay, great. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. We are so excited to have a very timely panel discussion here, and I really do hope that we will discuss a lot of very important issues related to cooperation between Georgia and Ukraine, as well as NATO integration path that I see a joint effort by the two countries. But we will discuss that later. First, let me introduce to you our brilliant panel, I must say. Let me start from Anastasia Galoglishvili, who is representing the political movement DROA now. But she has been working on defense and security related issues since she graduated from the Tallinn Technology University, and she was writing for German Marshall Fund and ICBS, among others. And then we have Nodar Ruhadze here on my left hand side. He is the human rights activist. He has been working on promoting the rights of vulnerable groups and minorities in Georgia for too long. And he's also a journalist and a producer, and among other things, he covers democracy-related issues. And here we also have Kati Shoshiashvili. She has been researching EU-Russia relations and the effect of EU and Russia on the Eastern Partnership countries for a while, and also, of course, she has an extensive background in working on NATO-related issues and democratization processes. And last but not least, our own Zaza Shengelia from EPRC. He is the editor-in-chief for the American interests, and he translates all the literature by leading freedom fighters into Georgian language. So this is our panel, quite promising, and we're looking forward to the discussion. Back to you, Salomia.
Thank you, Shota. So, as you might have known already, our panel discussion is generally arch-named The Generations View, which actually is revealed by the age of our speakers. But beside that, we do have a master question for today, and for today's speakers is how we can unite our efforts, Georgia and Ukraine, in order to get membership of NATO. And the question is a very big one. And I will start actually from it and then unfold it in maybe micro questions to you guys. But my question, I think, will be to Mykola Beleskov. You are the international affairs analyst in the Center of Strategic Research of the Ukrainian National Strategic Research Institute, if I must translate it correctly. And I do have a very grand question to you. So, if you analyze the context of our conversation today, 11th June, it's the start of the Cornwall G7 summit. Monday, the 14th June, is the summit of NATO. June the 16th is the meeting of two presidents of the presidents of the US and of the Russian Federation. So now we are now standing on a huge week, like 10-day week, I suppose, that could decide a lot of strategic things in our geopolitical context for Ukraine and Georgia, but also some tactical issues on what to do, how to proceed as Verkhovna Rada, as the Parliament of Ukraine, as the government, and so on. And I have a really tactical question to you. So the summit in Brussels meet on Monday. And at the core of this summit is actually talking and discussing the next decade of NATO. The General Secretary Stoltenberg initiated the NATO 2030 initiative, which already kind of produced a number of recommendations for the allies to be approved at the summit. One of those things is actually to consider seriously two systematic rivalries that are now emerging, Russia and China. When you read the documents of NATO, you understand that China is getting more and more attention from the alliance, but also some other things like disruptive technologies, climate change, and the security dimensions of the climate change, meaning the climate change as a cause of war, the cause of armed conflict. So in this context, and these expectations of all our partners so far, maybe allies in the future. How Georgia and Ukraine can unite the efforts and what we actually can offer to our future allies and today's partners in Brussels.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I have to say this, that everything I will say is not an official position of National Institute for Strategic Studies or bodies, state bodies we are working for. So it's my personal perspective as a research fellow. Well, I'd like to start from the fact a couple of times was mentioned about Bucharest summit. I think it's very important to understand what changed. I think quite a lot of things changed, and alas, it changed in a negative way for Ukraine. Why? Because back at that time we have rather weak Russia, and it take for it a huge effort to prevail over Georgia. Now Russia basically is much, much stronger in military terms after 12 years of modernization, 12 years of rearmament. So we have this more assertive Russia on the one hand. On the other hand, what we have? Yes, all this talk about the damage of the West proved unrealistic, but the West, and especially the US at the core of the Western power, is not as its best shape. Basically, the unipolar moment has passed, and now US, you mentioned it, that NATO will have to consider not only Russia, but China, and China will be more and more important. So now we have US that has to confront China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and terrorism. And at the same time, we have this problem with resources, because if you track the internal discussions, you can see that even this superpower with the huge resources, they also have limits of the power. So basically, the security environment we have to live in to adjust has changed, and changed negatively. So on the one hand, we have revisionist Russia, much more powerful in military terms, which can credibly threaten Ukraine with escalation. And on the other hand, we have US in good shape, but not in the best shape as it was in 1990s or early 2000, when it was capable to take more and more commitment without considering the need to meet those commitments in case of need. So this is the arc. Basically, what changed, and changed negatively. We have to live in this environment. What we have to do, I think two most important things we can do, both Ukraine and Georgia. First, we need to make in our case better before NATO, and to prove that our desire to join NATO is 100% legitimate. Because we know this Russian narrative, that they were provoked, they left no chance except to start this aggression as a preventive measure. It's a total false. So they are distorting this as it happened in 2014, because all we know, we actually tried to take into account Russian interests. We pursued this non-alignment policy, and it's only created more favorable environment for aggression. So we need to make our case better, that our NATO integration is 100% legitimate. We tried to take into account Russian interests, and it failed, basically. So Russia is the sole source of its own problems. So they are threatening Ukraine. The more Russia is threatening Ukraine, more Ukraine want to join NATO. So that's worked this way, and nobody was provoked. Next important thing in terms of making our case better, we are talking constantly about this contribution we are making to the NATO, to the Euro-Atlantic security. We talk about almost 3% of the on army. We talk about our experience, but we forget the most important thing. Right here, right now, along Ukrainian borders, we have approximately 22% of the so-called battalion tactical groups. So Ukraine make Russia to concentrate its power all along Ukrainian borders. So these two armies, newly created armies, the 20th Combined Arms Army and the 8th Combined Arms Army, if they were not along Ukrainian border, they could have been placed before Baltic states. So this is our major contribution. We make Russia to concentrate on us, not on Baltic states. It's a most important thing, and it's most important card we need to play up better and to talk about the need to increase practical assistance, to increase our defense capabilities, because we are providing, we are making this huge contribution, very huge contribution, underappreciated, I would say. And the last 2 points, also very, very important. I think we underestimate this fact that open door policy would be preserved. It's very, very important, because, again, if you track this discussion on the level of US experts, they are starting to, some of them, not all of them, of course, but some of them, they are starting to call into question the wisdom to continue this open door policy. And if we have this debate, of course, we have this risk that open door policy may be closed. Luckily, the majority of US experts, they still adhere to this consensus of 1990s and 2000. But alas, we have these experts who question it. And even US experts who are proponents of active policy towards Eurasia, I mean, they also saying, well, maybe we should concentrate not on enlarging our commitments, but just maybe defending what we have now, because our capabilities also are not limitless. And the last important thing, of course, we need to provide those in US, those in Europe who are in favor of Euro-Atlantic integration with very good, solid arguments that Ukraine can not only ask for any other kind of mechanism for making closer, but also we are good of fulfilling these promises. As a person who is actively tracking armed forces development, yes, we did quite a lot. We stopped this demise of Ukrainian armed forces. We stopped in 2014. Now, more or less, Ukrainian armed forces are in the best shape in all its 30 years. But we need to talk not only about better maintaining armed forces, but also about development, also qualitative development, better utilizing our resources, making our army modern, because alas, our army is not that modern one. We can see the Karabakh example. So that's my last point. We, on the one hand, have to be better at communicating our case. I think our case is quite clear and legitimate. And on the other hand, of course, we need to provide those in the alliance who are in favor of enlargement of very good, solid arguments that Ukraine is a credible partner that can fulfill commitments taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's I'd say it's a framework speech to all of us. So if I may summarize you, showing our partners that we already add some value to the alliance, being actually at the front line with the relations with Russia. Also to be maybe more proactive in communicating and showing the arguments about our position. But also, and it actually concerns a lot Georgia as well, is that the NATO case in Ukraine so far is very much legitimate, because if 13 years ago, this was the question always, do Ukrainians really support fully the NATO membership? It's not a question anymore, because a lot of different sociological groups shows that this is the case. The absolute majority do support, even though the indicators are still volatile. But Shota, this has never been actually a question for Georgia. This has been always a very much supported by Georgians case, even though Georgia is still where Ukraine is, at the open door, but not actually crossing the door, as Olena Kondratyuk has mentioned today. So what is Georgia's arguments for NATO to actually get membership, or at least to get a membership action plan? What is your opinion, or the opinion of one of your panelists?
Hey, okay, thank you for Georgia's case is quite remarkable. All the available and we support integration, and this is actually because it's not about the consecutive governments, and it's not only about the foreign policy, but it's about the civilization they actually request from any incoming pro-Western to be pro-democracy and to move the case of integration, EU and NATO forward. And that's I think, the most important ensuring point that we will get there in the end. But without any further delay, let me give floor to Nodar first. And there were very important points already raised here from Ukrainian side, and I think we will also reflect a little bit on the fact that we are actually in the same boat. Either we will safely sail to the shore together, or we will, God forbid, go down together. And we will need to have this kind of interaction between Kiev and Tbilisi constantly to make sure that we are getting to the shore. And Nodar, please tell us, how does it look from your perspective, actually, how Ukraine and Georgia can unite forces and what can they do together to promote regional security as well as NATO integration?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers at this conference. I truly believe that this type of activities will help us to strengthen ties with Ukraine and Georgia, and for us to go through this ongoing threat coming from Russia, not only for our country but for the national peace in general. Well, almost like 13 years ago when we gained independence, Georgian people was very clear, and we are often being punished for that choice we're making. I believe that many people in Georgia believe that Euro-Atlantic integrations and the ideas are very good. And as the speakers formerly mentioned, in Georgia, more than 74% of population believes that Georgia joining NATO is the key factor that Georgia will have a more independent, democratic, and more stable place. It is not only the case about Georgia's economic and political security. It's also about our cultural choice and cultural association process with NATO and European Union. Even though Russian propaganda and disinformation campaigns discredit European Union and NATO very strongly, Georgia's civil society is still strong. Georgia and Ukraine have many things in common. Like, you even have this expression of the brotherly nation to describe Georgian attitude towards Ukrainian people. And I think this is very important because Georgia and Ukraine share the same painful Soviet past. And both Georgia and the Ukraine have experienced Russian warfare and Russian military aggression. We know what it is like to be targeted by Russia. So our challenges and our goals are the same. In most of the countries, democratic institutions are struggling, and both of the countries are aspiring countries to join NATO. So if we have the same goal and we have the same challenges, should we combine our forces and try to achieve our goal
Colleagues,
together?
may I interrupt your Georgian colleagues? Shota, I think we do have problems in actually hearing you. I'm so sorry, because you're kind of interrupting every single 2 seconds. We were advised by technicians to speak into your mic directly, but maybe before you install or reinstall the equipment, I will switch to another panelist of ours, and then we'll come back to you. But do speak directly into the mic, please. All right? So, dear colleagues, well, at least I have one recommendation for our joint political efforts is to install a better internet connections between 2 countries. this could actually help a lot in our NATO membership perspectives. But yeah, coming back to you, colleagues, and what I have heard, at least from our Georgian colleagues, that it's not only about the geopolitical context, as Mykola has started with, but it's also about how it is done at the national level, what is being done. And what is being done, especially in terms of defense sphere and domain, I will ask Artur, but not now, afterwards. Before we actually get to the domestic issues, I'll ask Mykola. You have a really diverse experience. You do know a lot about local democracy, but you also know, and you have been a participant of a number, about at least one NATO-Ukraine program. And I believe you have also a geopolitical perspective on what I will ask you. So we have Georgia and we have Ukraine, who have been mentioned in the Bucharest Summit's declaration. We also have Moldova, who hasn't been mentioned there, but also is part of the trio, as we are now called by the European Union, because Moldova is one of those Eastern Partnership countries that has an association agreement. So we are sometimes, in terms of the European integration or Euro-Atlantic integration, are called a trio. And the question for you, and it actually reminds me of your local democracy expertise. The democracy status in three countries of ours, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, is still very volatile. We are now at the democracy index. Ukraine is called a hybrid regime, not even like a democracy or even fragile democracy. We still do have a lot to do in terms of actually constituting the democratic Ukraine. And Arseny Yatsenyuk mentioned today that NATO is not only the military alliance, it's the alliance of political solidarity, and it's an alliance of democratic countries. So, under this criteria, we do have, on one hand, we do have a volatile, fragile democracy. We do have a lot of problems. From the Ukrainian side, we know about them. On the other hand, we have alliance who is not only a military alliance, but pro-democratic, fully pro-democratic alliance, even though there are problems inside the alliance itself. So the question for you, what is needed in Ukraine in terms of the rule of law, democracy, what is needed to be there in order for Ukraine to be more eligible in terms of the political alliance as NATO is?
Thank you, Solomia. Greetings to all the participants of this perfect forum. And when anybody hear about anything about NATO, for the first point, everybody thinks about the armed forces, about firepower, other military aspects. But definitely, one of the very important points is the stability or democratic institutions established in the country. As we know, I think our colleagues from Georgia will say about that, Georgia already done their reform on the local level. We can discuss about the ways, about the results, but they already have done it. As I know, Moldova also on the way how to rearrange or reform the system of local self-governance, the system of people participation, and as the same, Ukraine, in the same sphere, Ukraine has a brilliant result for now. Everybody heard about decentralization reform in Ukraine, thanks to the Arseny Petrovich cabinet, who set the conception of reforming. And there we showed our main way to set this strong country from the bottom to the top, from the local level to the national level. Because when we talk about firepower, or as Mykola said, everybody should know what for we create strong army, strong militants, and other forces, for instance. So now we have reformed basic level of local self-governance. We have reformed sub-regional level of state powers and local self-governance. And now we are on the way to renovate the legislation in Ukraine. And these aspects, these issues also faced for the, I think, for the allies in the NATO, because they've got the same aspects on the local level. Everybody has the point of citizen participation, and all countries have topics about the decision making on the local and the sub-regional and maybe on the regional level, about funding, about taxes, about many questions, which gives to the state as a highest level feeling that the importance of the common efforts to setting this strong country. And as now, I was a participant of some meetings. European countries are really interested in our results and our know-hows, how we established voluntary amalgamation for almost half of our communities, because nobody did it in Europe, nobody did it in other NATO countries. Maybe they don't need, but our experience is really impressive. So to continue, to finish, when we focusing on the people, on their needs, on their waitings, we will create a strong country, and the strong country will be more interesting for maybe for the ally, for the NATO, and as Mykola and Artyom will say too, we are frontline. We are border between civilization and, I'm sorry, between the wild world. And as a scene, we can show how it could be. And we're trying to do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, it is indeed a frontline region, and it has been for centuries like that. Maybe we should build up on our experience being on that part of the region. So you mentioned the legislation that still should be adopted in Ukraine. There has been some number of legislation already adopted, and the impressive decentralization reform in voluntary amalgamation of hromadas is indeed something to be exported to some other countries. But coming back to the legislation, Artur, and I know you work with the Ministry of Defense, especially in terms of procurement in defense sphere. So, and this part is one of the most traditional and most often mentioned part of the sort of NATO standards of Ukraine that it still should get. So what is your, evaluation of our status quo in procurement in defense? Does the law work? And if not, what is there that should be done in the future?
Thank you. Well, sure to say, currently the status is that we're in crisis mode because it's half a year already passed and the law basically not working yet. For many reasons. One of the reasons is that we have changed the structure of the government just in the middle of defense procurement reform, creating the Ministry of Strategic Industries, which had to get the authority to coordinate the State Defense Order. And then, accordingly to the law, coordinates the defense procurement in its classified portion. And the development of this ministry was very hard in terms of bureaucracy. But the main issue here is that it actually goes in contradiction with what we see in NATO. And when we say about defense procurement reform, these are the issues at the core, meaning that NATO nations mostly don't have state-owned industries. Therefore, they do not have the bodies that regulate from command and administrative perspective those industries, meaning that no nation, NATO nation, have the Ministry of Strategic Industries. No nation has a Minister of Strategic Industries or Defense Industry. The only one I found was in Australia, the Minister for Defense Industry, but he was reporting to Minister of Defense. And in any nation, a NATO nation, the defense industry policy, defense industrial policy, is the issue of Ministry of Defense. So either we creating the structure, architecture that is compliant with NATO approach, which is market approach, because the customers has to work with the defense industry on the market basis, not on the command or planned economy basis as it was done in Soviet Union. As a legacy, it was done in Ukraine this time. So that is the main obstacle, because we have a contradiction in law on defense procurement, providing the market instruments for both of the parties, and we have the authority and the ministry with a lot of power that can actually and is going in contradiction with this kind of issue of procurement. But there is another part I wanted to mention today, is that one of my first project in defense procurement reform was the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, and what we can do with our NATO nation partners practically. So this kind of the angle is that NATO is not about all this big security talks, but it is a lot of practical matters to work with. And I was always fascinated how nations, so many nations, work together within a lot of forums, partnerships, collaborating procurement for such a lot of resources, for such a lot of different armed forces, moving towards interoperability, providing the common instruments for all the nations to use. And as previous speakers mentioned, from this perspective, really we are a frontline, we are gates of Europe, and this is our biggest contribution, but this contribution requires certain mutual approach, and we need this contribution to be supported by the NATO. And the issue here is that though developing this avenue of procuring from NATO countries and from NATO industries, there is a policy since 2014-2015 that actually not allowing us to procure armaments, military equipment for the fight. And these policies, they are not embodied in any of the sanctions or any other documents. It is just a political matter. And I believe that this lifting of such policies, even despite we would not achieve membership action plan like tomorrow, lifting these policies would be a really strong signal that we can actually count on that kind of a practical support. We're not asking, we try to buy. And that's why there is both problems from our side within Ukraine currently in the government implementing the law, and there is a bigger issue in terms of cooperation in this kind of process.
So if I may summarize what you are now discussing, is that we still have a home task to do, even though some legislation is there and is to be valid soon. But there are still a number of things that should be done either on the bylaw level or like on a more practical, operational level. And if I may continue, really like kind of detailed and really experience-based speech of yours. If I may continue with the question for all of you guys, because unfortunately we cannot reach our Georgian colleagues, but I do have a lot of questions to you. Shota, I do send you regards, and please do not leave us, because it is important that we still have you. But still, you were talking about this legislation or bylaws that still should be there. In terms of the annual national program that Alexander Vinnikov has mentioned today, and he actually mentioned that the programs year by year have become more result-based and more specific. So this is a good thing, right? And the question for all of you what do you see, reading this bylaw, this document, what do you see the most important for the next half a year, for the next year for Ukraine to be adopted, to be achieved? I will ask this question, Olga Stefanishyna, after the lunch, but I do have an interest in your thoughts. So what is the most important after really, like, I believe 60 pages of that document? Mykola, maybe I'll start from you.
Well, I think I have capacity to comment about armed forces, first of all. The first thing is that everything that is mentioned in this annual national program is based on strategic defense bulletin. Alas, we have the situation when the previous strategic defense bulletin is actually ended, because it was to the end of 2020. So first of all, we need to end this cycle of creating a number of strategic documents. Now we have a strategy of national security, strategy for defense security. Now we need to adopt this strategic defense bulletin and the program for the development for armed forces till something 2025. So basically the issue is very simple and at the same time very complex. Because we, as I said previously, we need to start not only to maintain better what we have from the Soviet Union, first of all. We need to start this trajectory of development of armed forces. What, on the one hand, it's very simple and clear, and on the other hand, it's very difficult because our resources are not that big, they are limited. And actually, the issue Artur said, we, for instance, need better at utilizing our limited resources. And it will be a very, very powerful signal for our allies when we get to this stage when every hryvnia spent on defense bring the best possible result. So that's the major issue in terms of armed forces development, and whether we solve it or not, I would say it's existential issue for Ukraine, because alas now we don't have the security guarantees. We can continue this dialogue how NATO can strengthen Ukraine. So in terms of armed forces, we need to end this cycle of creating strategic documents and then start the program of meaningful development of our armed forces. And when we start it, and when we see our capabilities increased through the targeted investment in long-range fire, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, command and control, and so on, these modern requirements for modern warfare, as we see in Second Karabakh War done by Azerbaijan. When our partners see that our armed forces are changing in a better and better way, and we are utilizing our limited resources in the most favorable way, I think it will be a very, very powerful signal in terms that we are very serious in terms of NATO integration. So that's the task if we are talking about armed forces sector.
So the key thing is still reforming the defense sector with the focus on making the management efficient. The highest result with the lower spent number of hryvnia and resources. All right, so before I give a floor to Mykola, I would just like to remind you that you could actually ask your questions to those beautiful colleagues of ours. I think, I'm not sure if we have another mic, but we can, yeah, we do have. And there is a person there in a suit that will provide you a mic if you'd like to ask the question from this really experienced colleagues. So the same question to you. What is the most important thing in annual national program?
Thank you. Mykola from his military side, of course, talking about the armed long-range firepower, yeah? That's cool. Vilha, everybody knows. But the most important of the ANP is ANP itself. Because if I can translate correctly, every bird will praise his nest. Every ministry who took part in the annual program will say that their part is the most important. Now I'm working for Minister of Community Development, and as for me, the point is what for we make our country stronger? For people. People live in the settlements, in the cities and towns, and we should ensure them with security. So, if I return to the very beginning of my speech, the most important thing, this is strategic compilation, maybe, the needs and the ways. And the main point, the other main point is to ensure that they won't contradict one to another. And in the one program, under the supervision of the Secretariat of Cabinet of Ministers, we can harmonically act in different spheres to get to this joint point. This is
objectives complacency, right? So that we do not contradict within the ministries, within the government itself.
And, and when everybody knows what to do and what way and how to reach the aim, in general, we will reach the total aim of the country as joining to the alliance.
So, I remember the phrase from the Ukrainian folklore, there is never one soldier in the field, right? So it's, to use the military terminology, indeed it requires a lot of people to have a really society-based mandate, indeed. And Artur, the same question, maybe you will have something about procurement, but if not, that would be really interesting.
I'm just not sure if I'll be reflecting the last edition of the annual national program, but since 2016 Strategic Defense Bulletin and all the subsequent annual programs, there is few core issues that were not actually met yet. So first of them is the, as was mentioned, about efficiency of the governance of the armed forces across the defense sector. The key issue here is the relationship between Ministry of Defense and General Staff. Because this issue, as the issue of democratic control, was not solved, and we know that currently the Minister of Defense, for example, and the Chief of General Staff are not communicating for the last about 8 months. The only time they were together was a press conference after the lawsuits of the Chief of General Staff, of the, not Chief of General Staff, but the Chief of Defense, to the Minister of Defense. And this issue is ongoing for a long time, and this duplicate level of subordination to the President, it is not solved yet, and I know that currently the functional review of the armed forces is being conducted, is being done, and based upon this result, the certain solution should be provided. And the work is also ongoing in the committee, Rada committee on this issue, to amend in the law on national security, which will be reflecting this. What hard is in this issue is that you cannot just rip on a half, the relationship or authority between two people, because it goes across the whole structure of the defense, and you have to make the surgery very, very carefully, so that everything will remain managed. The second issue, which also reflects both the procurement issue and the good governance and open government, is the secrecy and state secrecy issue. I'm just not sure if it's in the annual national program, but it's the problem that we are constantly is in dialogue with our partners, and the actual problem within the government, because there is open knowledge that the more secrecy, the more corruption, the more ineffectiveness there is, because corruption has two sides. One is just certain people doing certain things, and the second one is just inefficiency, because even if they're trying to do it correctly, they will still doing wrong a lot of things because there is no oversight, not enough oversight on this. This goes to all the issues that there are in our way to NATO, in annual national programs, in strategic bulletins. The next one, how society can actually control this way to NATO from the perspective of defense and the defense forces. So this, I believe, is the two main issues, along many others.
Yes, of course. That what was actually was to ask the whole.
Thank you very much. And dear colleagues, I'm really impressed by your knowledge and by your, I would say, in-depth understanding of the relationship between NATO and Ukraine and other countries of the region. And this is very important that you speak very specifically. I love it. But nevertheless, imagine that a lot of people follow this discussion. A lot of people in Ukraine, and not only in Ukraine, but around the world. And for that, I have a simple question to you. If you can answer it in the bullet point style. Imagine, if you participated in the NATO summit in Brussels on June 14th, and you met President Biden, or any other head of state and government of the allied partners, what would you say? And imagine that everything depends on your arguments. What would you say? Why should NATO accept Ukraine? Since there is a specific, a very special equilibrium in the way how Brussels thinks and the members of the North Atlantic Alliance. So they care about the threat which comes from Russia. On the other hand, they do care about the independence and security of Ukraine and other nations of our region. So they don't want to, as it looks like, they don't want to change this equilibrium, very special one. What kind of argument would you use to say that there is a definite need to have Ukraine and Georgia and in the future other nations of the region within the alliance? You're welcome.
I can say about 2 bullet points. One is very practical, again, the logistic part. As a partner and a full partner, Ukraine can contribute a lot to the whole NATO forces logistics. And at the same time, the experience from the warfare that we have here, as Ukraine being a platform for test of major Russian weapon in terms of political pressure, in terms of cyber attacks. So this is, you can build here dozens of center of excellence and center for research of what is going on from that side of the wall. That is one thing. And the second one is evident, but there would be no security in Eastern Europe and no security in Europe until the Ukraine and Georgia will be in the NATO. Wherever everybody will tell for how many years this would be the truth. So, and the reason.
All right, thank you, Artur. But before Mykola says, I would like to remind our online audience that I do follow you. I do have you turned on my iPad, and I expect the questions from you in our Zoom chat. So please go ahead and asking the questions. Mykola, go ahead.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Danilo, for question. I'll refer to one historic fact. During the Second World War, I have forgotten about the name of the action of the program, but there was a strong cooperation between United States Armed Forces and the former Soviet Army when the US bombers started from some point in Europe, bombed the Germany and landed near the Poltava. Refueled there and get back with the same purpose. We've got a very important and very convenient position on the European continent for different logistics purposes. So we can be the very important and powerful ally for the whole alliance on the very unstable part of the world. If we will look to the map, we've got one small area without NATO, without covering NATO around the Black Sea. Yeah, okay. We've got a very little point on the map without NATO around the Black Sea. and the Black Sea as a center of this region. If we cover it, we've got bigger, more democracy, and we got more security in the region. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
So can I add one bullet point?
Yeah, sure,
and the distance from Kharkiv or Dnipro to Moscow in terms of ballistic missiles time is quite shorter than from Poland as well.
Yeah. And the number and kilometers is actually online. The conversation is going on after the Putin's speech this week, the kilometers. We are now counting the kilometers between the capitals. It's an interesting one. But going back to Mykola, what would you answer to Danilo?
My friend Mykola, he set a good precedent referring to history. As you all know, yesterday, Prime Minister of the UK and the President of the United States, they used this precedent of Atlantic Charter. So they declared new Atlantic Charter. And if I met President Biden, who was born in 1942, who was born back in World War II, basically, I would say, and I would recall him, just recently we have 77th anniversary of landing on Normandy. And I would say what your ancestors, I mean, citizens of US, UK, Canada, started back in 1944. It's continued basically in Ukraine. So the frontier of freedom is moving to the center of Eurasia. In Cold War, it was in the middle of Germany. Now it's on the borders of Russia and Ukraine. So basically, you need to support what your ancestors started. You need to protect this frontier of freedom, and without Ukraine, this eastern flank is incomplete. So the defense of eastern flank is incomplete. So that's just it. As for me personally, what started back in 1944 was this bloody storming of Normandy beaches, especially at Omaha Beach. So it's just continued. And now it's our armed forces. They are performing this task. And we need basically, if you look who support Ukraine the most, it's US, UK, and Canada. Those three nations that bring freedom and democracy to Europe. And now it's our partners, and this is the continuance of the fight they started 77 years ago.
It's a perfect historical message. I still remind you, colleagues, to write your messages in Zoom chat, but we do have a question online that was posted yesterday during the preparation of this forum by participants. And these questions actually leads us to see the map, but maybe to really far right. Maybe this map doesn't show even the entirety of the country that we will speak now. But this is China. And the question from our participants was very specific. How and is capable China to produce and use the biological weapon? And does it constitute any global threat, including to NATO allies, including to our region? I would also expand it to this question. What do you think about China's influence on NATO strategy and, respectively, on Ukrainian membership strategy? What do we need to keep in mind in our membership action plan expectation? What do we need to keep in mind about China?
Well, if I can start again with the defense perspective, we all know the issue with one of the enterprises, Motor Sich, and the Chinese investors. And I think this is actually just a spotlight, but it's the general problem. We cannot let such investments in the area and this in our economy and from defense perspective, because when we speak about China, we understand that there is no unstate investments, not state investments. Everything that is done, it is of state policy, and we know that the state is the communist state. So there is not so much to talk about when you get about the defense issues. So, but this requires policy. and this requires certain understanding of what the defense industry will look like, how it will attract or get the block and barriers for certain investments, because if there is such an interest from a Chinese in our defense industry, that's the actual signal that we have to look in the future, what can it bring. And I do not think that this kind of power and this kind of, let's say, governance system can bring any good towards our NATO aspirations in any area.
So Ukraine still has to do the COM task in terms of deciding on the policies that would disattract the authoritarian regimes to invest, right?
I'm not sure if you can say about this as a home task on the way to NATO, but this is just policy or political issue outside this direct path. But of course, it will impact so much if we will not have them, if we will allow this, if that would be a constant threat of getting the technologies that we have and increasing the Chinese, for example, military capabilities that will endanger a lot of other societies in the world. So it will not help us go into NATO.
So it's a part of the general strategic question, not only the membership in NATO. Good, thank you, Artur. And I see the mic in your hands, Mykola, so I assume you have an answer too.
Yeah, as we all know, China is more and more mentioned by Secretary General, but Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, is a very circumspect and diplomatic person. He's talking about the rise of China as an issue to be taken into account by basically the challenge presented by China to the free and democratic world. And I think for Ukraine there is also one important issue to take into account, because if you look at the statistic of trade, China is our #1 trading partner if we look at the country-for-country basis, not taking EU in general, but country-for-country basis. But on the other hand, I think Ukrainian nation has made a choice, and made the choice very clearly with whom it, by taking part in the Maidan, in the Revolution of Dignity, fighting for freedom, democracy. I think we clearly made with whom we are, basically. And we need to remember who supported us in all those years. I mean, US and other Western countries provided with us with financial, military assistance, diplomatic assistance, because we remember who supported this UN General Assembly resolution for the territorial integrity of Ukraine. So Ukraine needs, on the one hand, to take into account these risks in the emerging, this geopolitical contest that will decide the contours of the world order in the middle and in the second part of the 21st century. Of course, it will be China against US. And despite all this diplomatic rhetoric, also Ukraine will face this choice, and there is a risk that China is our major trading partner. But on the other hand, we need this US and Western financial assistance, security assistance, and we need to be aware of this, I would say, competing priorities, competing issues, and to find this somehow proper balance. But in the end, maybe I will not be allowed to China, but as for me, Ukraine made 100% clear choice with whom we are, as events of the end of 2013 and the beginning of 2014 made clear.
And as Artur said, which system of governance we want as a nation, not authoritarian, but maybe more democratic, even though we are still developing. I thank to Alexander Podvyshny for that question, and thank you for the answers for that. Also, considering, because we have only 5 minutes left, I need to kind of wrap up our interesting discussion. There is still a big elephant in the room that we partly discussed already, but still, Vitaly Berehuta asked us from Vinnytsia, asked us this question: what will be the new steps and the new methods, maybe hybrid, from Moscow, from the Kremlin, when and if Ukraine joins NATO? What we should expect and which specific method we need to expect?
Well, it is really hard from my background to say about that, but I was studying Russia in 2010 in university, and given that experience that we already have, the previous methods that were used were very effective, and we did not develop the proper measures that we can to make some counteractions on that. The ones that were used in Crimea, the ones that were used in eastern Ukraine, and until we have everything in strategies and in our plans to know how to react on what was already upon us, then we can think that they will be developing something much more effective, and I think I may be mistaken. And I think that if anything like this happens with the big military buildup and all this pressure, I think that the problem will still be there. With this hybrid civilian military people getting into the way of military operations and trying to get a local government overthrown or whatever. I don't think that we have developed enough of countermeasures and political will for strong actions that are required in this area, because we're always afraid of poking the bear and making more problems of that. I just don't think that we know how to counterfeit the threats that were already there, and the methods that are already there. So I'm not sure if they need to develop anything new in terms of this influence.
Yes, indeed. I remember that a lot of governments, the Western governments, are being criticized for being reactionary for the measures, but there is a $1 billion question how not to be reactionary, because all the hybrid methods are evolving, and how not to be reactionary, actually proactive in this regard. It's a really big and huge question for the governments. I see Mykola is holding a mic, but I also have another question from Alexander Podvyshin, and unfortunately this will be the last question from our side. He asks you about the potential to get a support of military support, a lethal weapon from the government of Germany, and Angela Merkel has actually contradicted it, and she said that no, we will not provide any sort of lethal weapon to Ukraine. But Alexander asks you, is there any other allies out of 30 allies in NATO that are eager and would be able to provide this weapon to Ukraine? And my question for you in this regard is, does it make sense for Ukraine? Do we need to focus our attention on that part? Mykola or Artur, go ahead, or another Mykola?
Well, yes, we hear this piece of news, not very good that Germany is not ready, but Germany itself doesn't have this capabilities if you look at the armed forces. In this context, our major partners, if we are looking at the hardware, it's again US and UK first of all, and also we have this new cooperation with Turkey. That's also could be very meaningful one. Maybe not all issues are of highest priorities, but Bayraktar UAVs are very important ones, communication equipment we are getting, and so on. So it should be done on a bilateral basis.
Bilateral, yes. Indeed. The era of intergovernmentalism is there now already, so we do need to think a lot about bilateral relations indeed. Artur, the last 15 seconds from your side.
I can only add that one thing is giving, providing military assistance, which is the strongest signal, and another one is just not restricting the commerce and our ability to procure with NATO instruments, within NATO industries. So just making a certain distance between those two issues. And if Germany, for example, is not ready to give us weapons, maybe we can live without their assistance on that area. But if they restrict the partnership in terms of procurement, that's another issue. And I think the second one is much easier to solve.
All right, so to find new solutions. I see a mic in your hand, so 15 seconds for you, Mykola.
15 seconds, no more. Thank you. About Germany again. If they can't give us the lethal weapon, I don't have enough knowledge about weapon at all, but Germany strongly support us in some reforms. So any weapon will fire in somebody's hands. We can train people who correctly use the weapon.
Okay, so training, capacity building is what actually NATO allies help us with so far today. So to continue this, right, as far as I understand. Colleagues, I do thank you a lot for your questions, colleague online, for your attention today. It was my pleasure. But before I finish, I really would like to mention once again our colleagues from Georgia who unfortunately hasn't been able to join us in this very interesting discussion. I hope we will have another formats of communication with you. But Shota, colleague Anastasia Norat, I do send you regards and thank you for joining us today. I have one more announcement, but for this offline session, and so I switch to Ukrainian now. Колеги, в нас перша година.
It is 1 p.m. now. Thank you very much for a very good discussion. So we have lunch break now. It'll go on for an hour. Please, at 13:50, 13:55, be back in the hall, and we'll have representatives from the government, and we'll be able to put questions to them about what is being done in Ukraine now to acquire membership in NATO as soon as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you all after lunch. Also happy to welcome our speakers who are joining this second part of our work. But before beginning this second part, I'd like to offer you address by the colleague who knows a lot about Ukraine, about the challenges which we are facing. It is General Philip Breedlove. He is American Air Force General, and in 2013, 2016, General Breedlove was the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. So the video address.
And thank you for allowing me to be here today and to speak to you all, even if it is just virtually. I want to thank the Kyiv Security Forum for the opportunity, and I'm really looking forward today to talking to the youth that are associated with the program. The representatives from so many places in your country, and as I hear representatives from Georgia, Moldova, possibly, it makes it a very special occasion, and it increases the value of the opportunity that we have today. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the renewed Ukraine independence. And I know you will appreciate that you have so much to celebrate. Every day I think of the brave young men and women who serve in your military services and who defend your country every day at the line of contact with Russia and the East. And I think of the sacrifices already that have been made by your forces and by the people of the region. And I keep you in my mind as you continue your struggle to regain all of your nation from the oppressors. We in NATO have long looked forward to you all becoming a part of our alliance, and we support your decision and your sovereignty in these discussions. We believe that you should be able to choose where you and how you affiliate with the exterior world, and we don't support the veto of forces, exterior forces on your soil. I celebrate with you daily the changes that Ukraine is making, the movement towards the standards of NATO and the West, the way that you are approaching the changes that need to be made. Yes, there is more work to be done. Yes, there are some stumbles, but the progress is steady, and we celebrate that progress with you. I personally support that as you continue to progress towards the changes and reforms that need to be made in your country, that our promise to you of bringing a plan for your ultimate accession into NATO should go forward. So I encourage you, I ask you to do your part to continue focusing on those changes and those reforms and make them permanent. Bring this change that is so looked forward to by the West to your country. We all look at what's going on in your East and in the occupied Crimea, and we are hopeful that in the future that these lands will be returned to Ukraine as they should be, and that the sovereign borders of Ukraine will once again be respected by all in the exterior world. Just as we stood by our Baltic brothers and sisters for so many years and refused to accept or acknowledge the occupation by the Russian forces, we stand now with you in Ukraine and refuse to accept the occupation forces in Crimea. Ultimately, democracy and the words and will of the Ukraine people should drive what happens in your great country, and in its future. We remember what the world calls Maidan, and I believe you call the Revolution of Dignity. We remember what your people stood for that day and the lives that were lost on that hill. And we remember what that whole movement meant to your nation. I remember seeing bridges painted in those wonderful colors of your flag and the explosion of your own identity as I visited many times during my time as the Supreme Allied Commander Europe. And I stand with you and the Ukrainian people as you continue your journey into a new type of democracy, and as you continue your journey towards whatever destiny you choose, should that be the West and NATO or otherwise. This is about your choices and what you want to do, and we're happy to stand with you as you move forward in this. So, you have some time here to consider some pretty interesting subjects and to talk about those things that mean something to you. And I celebrate that with you. I thank you for the opportunity to talk, and I wish you the very best in your conference and in your future as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you, General Breedlove, for the address, and thank you for reminding us how important it is to make a choice. So about the choice, what do we do to make this choice? I'm happy to introduce Olga Stefanishina, who is the Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Olga, I know that you have prepared key messages for our young participants at this forum, after which we will briefly ask you some questions, both from myself and from the participants. So the floor is yours. Thank you. First of all, thank you for possibility to speak in such a format with young people. I thank Kyiv Security Forum. Preparing to today's discussion, I realized that indeed young people and Ukrainian people, young people, is the very active tool of our movement towards European and Euro-Atlantic integration, because these doors usually open easier for youth. Therefore, I see that this event is taking place under the support of NATO representation, and this is one of the events in the NATO 2030 agenda. And the government, with incredible political efforts, joined this process. And for youth, the doors have always been opened quite easily, so that we in the government and politicians in Brussels and in all the allied capitals to hear you. So would be helpful, thankful to you for sharing your ideas and vision of the future, so that our negotiations with European partners bring positive results. So I will start this discussion with saying that today's participants are real engines of Euro-Atlantic integration, but I would like to speak about broader context. A recent week we've been working actively on promoting Ukrainian interests at the NATO summit on Monday. Currently, practically all public communication is focused on formulation of strategic understanding in terms of Ukraine's map and wish to join NATO. 13 years ago, the Bucharest summit took place, at which Ukraine didn't get a map, but got assurances that Georgia and Ukraine will become NATO allies. That time, the position of some allies was critical, but there was readiness to give Ukraine assurances in terms of membership. At that time, we didn't have even a tenth fraction of the army which we have now. And we had very different situation that time. And currently, we may speak about changes which Ukraine has introduced and the contribution made by Ukraine to European security and stability. I can give you some examples of such contribution into transatlantic and regional security. First of all, it's a well-known fact of that Ukraine refused nuclear weapons, and as you know, the Budapest Memorandum was signed on the basis of which
even though in Ukraine itself there are a lot of voices of those who say that their leading countries failed to properly support Ukraine and its sovereignty and territorial integrity. On a parallel note, as a NATO partner, Ukraine has been taking part in major NATO-led operations and missions, and now, since we're a partner of enhanced opportunities together with countries like Israel, Sweden and Georgia, we're taking part basically in all NATO-led operations, including this year. And our military will be involved as observers in the operations in line with Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, the article which says that an attack against one is an attack against all. Next year we are planning to broaden the number of exercises which we are going to take part in, which means that our combat experience and the experience of Ukraine in combating the hybrid threat from Russia is unique, and access to this kind of exercises basically requires permission at the level of North Atlantic Council and the heads of state and government of NATO countries. So the support was so unanimous that now we can have this opportunity. Speaking about Ukraine's contribution in collective security, we are also talking about democratic transformation. Ukraine is a leader in democratic reform on the territory of former Soviet Union. We are pushing forward security in all the Black Sea European region, standing for our interests, including in international courts. And when today we are talking about strategic clarity about Ukraine's membership in NATO, we should also mention that there should be strategic clarity about security and stability in this region, including the countries which also are part of the former Soviet Union and belong to this region. From the beginning of the pandemic, Ukraine has showed worthy contribution to the European and world security. We've flown humanitarian assistance to countries worst hit by the pandemic. And here I'd like to depart from my speech and to give you a bit of an anecdote. Last week I was in Bulgaria and I had a meeting with the ex-governmental officials of Bulgaria, including my friend Ms. Zakharieva, who very enthusiastically told me about the issues that they encountered at the beginning of the pandemic, and that NATO found, she said, some incredibly huge jumbo jets to bring all these cargoes into Bulgaria. For them that was something absolutely unbelievable, and a week before that happened it had seemed as if it would be impossible, and I was really proud to tell her that those aircraft were our jumbo jets. So this is about the contribution of Ukraine at the international level. This really matters. Today, the political environment is really electrified. We keep being told, don't speak about MAP, don't speak about NATO membership because it irritates everyone. Let's move on step by step. And we understand that this pressure should also be commensurate and take into account the changes taking place in Ukraine and how ready Ukraine is to move forward towards NATO membership. And in spite of the fact that we create conditions for collective European security, we should be guaranteed that these assurances and security safeguards be provided to us as well. A lot of other countries who joined NATO had heard the same rhetoric before. I heard it in the Baltic countries and in Bucharest and in Sofia and in other capitals. We all heard that this is not the right time, that there is no unanimity for that, you don't have the right reform in place. But today, this is the right time. We've been in war for 7 years. Now we have a new U.S. administration, the leader of which knows Ukrainian affairs better than some of Ukraine's acting politicians and officials, and they're ready to support us on the way towards NATO as they work out the strategy of NATO for the next 10 years. Our view is very simple. Any strategy of NATO, including the one which includes Black Sea security, will not be viable without Ukraine. And today, the support which we have from NATO is predicated on the strategy of 2010. In 2010, we had finished our talks on association agreement. Mr. Samarak is present here. He knows personally about this. Nobody spoke about resilience or hybrid threats or cyber attacks or disinformation. That was a totally new, different reality. And now the new strategy of NATO is and should be predicated on the experience that Ukraine has. The Russian file is being considered through the prism of military aggression against Ukraine, through the prism of combating for democracy. And Ukraine is right in the center of these processes. That is why we believe that the time has come right now. Thank you, Olga. And this historic moment will be on the 14th of June. During the summit, what do you expect at the end of the day on the 14th of June? What do you expect to hear from Brussels? 1, 2, 3. Well, this is a very ungrateful task for me because I know only too much and I know what to expect. I can tell you what we did expect. We expected that there will be first a confirmation of all the allies concerning the declaration of the NATO summit of 2008 that Ukraine will become a NATO member. We also expected that at this year's summit the leaders will task the ministers of foreign affairs to shape a decision about MAP being granted to Ukraine, and this was supposed to happen in December during the meeting of North Atlantic Council at the level of foreign ministers. So we'll see. As regards our positive expectations, I can confirm that about half of the NATO member countries were involved in the elaboration of ambitious decisions concerning Ukraine. We've heard and we've seen our true friends who are prepared, in spite of all the challenges of the 100% consensus, and this is really challenging. The media quote you that 15 countries agree on the position towards Ukraine. But how can we acquire consensus for all the 30 countries? What have we failed to do? What is missing? Well, it's really difficult. 15 in favor just wouldn't cut it. They should be unanimous. We've lost our chance for too many times since 1991, when most the countries like Poland and the Baltic states definitely stated their aspiration for NATO and the EU, but Ukraine only in 1999 under Kuchma decided not to lose the historic chance, but that was too late. The decision about Poland and other countries of that region had already been taken, so we've lost our chance, just like we did in 2013 and 2014 as regards NATO consensus. We've lost a lot of time since 2014. We've lost a lot of time trying to be liked by the capitals who have never supported us since 2008. But today we demand this consensus, and we demand that it should be in place. The road is going to be long, but for us it's important to stick to this path, irrespective of the leadership. Therefore, a lot of responsibility lies with the young people. We know that you have just 3 minutes left, and you will not be available after that. And we have 2 flags on the stage, a symbol. We've always recall our colleagues from with whom we are on the same path, Georgia, and the trio, basically, which includes also Moldova, which together with Georgia and ourselves also has an association agreement. So what are we doing too with Georgia 3, including Moldova? What are we doing actually? Maybe you could share your insight with that, maybe something which is not included in the annual national programs. What is being done to help us join efforts and to get membership in NATO as quickly as possible? Thank you. When I visit Brussels, there's one more point on my agenda, meeting with my Georgian colleagues. This is a novelty. On the 17th and 18th of May, I was in Brussels, and I had a separate meeting with our Georgian colleagues where we coordinated our positions, and all the way we worked towards a shared, ambitious agenda for Ukraine and Georgia in the context of the summit. We contact on a daily basis through social media and in public realm, and you probably noticed that there have been numerous contacts at the official level, at the level of prime ministers. The prime minister visited Georgia as recently as last week. We've spoken about Euro-Atlantic integration and other political issues. We also advocate strongly for political stability. The recent developments in Georgia and now in Moldova, there are active processes related to political rivalry between different forces. In Ukraine, policy is traditionally a kind of a business, and we understand that every country has its own weak and strong points, but the political stability and predictability is the basis for necessary political transformation. And here Ukraine cannot do without Georgia and Moldova, just like they would not be able to do without us. Thank you, Olga. Thank you for your time. Well, I basically let you go. Thank you. So, colleagues, now we have a technical break for 2 minutes, and then we'll have a panel including 4 participants in the discussion. Thank you.
В нас в залі є, так що можемо починати.
Colleagues, we have an honor to have very experienced speakers here. So here I welcome the Chair of Ukraine's Verkhovna Rada Committee for the EU Integration, Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze, Director of the NATO Information and Documentation Center in Ukraine, Vineta Kleine, journalist Vitaly Portnikov, and Sergei Rakhmanin, member of Ukrainian Parliament. Good afternoon, dear speakers. My name is Solomia. I'm glad to welcome you at this Youth Kyiv Security Forum. I'd like to share with you what we have already had. We had addresses from the government, from the parliament, from NATO representation within our youth community. We discussed strategic and political issues as well as internal issues of consequences of accession to NATO. We also talked to your colleague Olha Stefanishina, and now we at last have you, our dear guests, in order to frame our discussion, because discussion may include a lot of different questions about geopolitical context in terms of accession to NATO, internal and political implication of relations between NATO and Ukraine. So I would like to ask Vitaly Portnikov to introduce us into the geopolitical context in order to focus our discussion. I would like to ask specifically about the context of repressive regime in Belarus and increase build-up of Russian forces in and Nagorno Karabakh, how this influences the security situation and how this impacts the words which we hear often. We should not promise too much to Ukraine and Georgia, not to irritate the Russian Federation. Thank you. I think that when we speak about certain current events which concern developments or what's going on at the current summits, either G7 or the meeting between the presidents of the US and Russian Federation, or when we observe next stages of deterioration of situation in Belarus, which has been happening over the last 30 years with this certain development, and I think this will continue for the next 10 years. And if we look at how many troops are accumulated on the border between Ukraine and Russia and how much will be built up tomorrow, this deviates us from the prospect, and not the prospect of the future, but the prospect of the past. We need to look at it in order to understand what's going on. Every state, every group of states has a period when they have to use historical chance. In Ukraine, those were 1991, 2001. 10 years when the Russian Federation, on the one hand, had very serious economic and social problems. On the other hand, it tried to build, at least in its own understanding, the democracy, which very quickly turned into the oligarchic democracy, but remained the competitive democracy. Sometime before 2000, when there was a theoretical possibility of changing power in the country following democratic way, all our neighbors used this situation as much as they could. Both Central European countries, Baltic states, they managed to resolve the issue of Euro-Atlantic integration, or at least to start this mechanism in a way that it would not be possible to stop it when the situation changed in Russia. I should remind you that Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia became NATO members in 2004. That time Putin was the president for the second term, but nothing happened. We, unfortunately, not just didn't use this chance, our society tried to follow absolutely different way. 1994, when Ukrainian voters faced the clear decision whether to follow the European or pro-Russian way, the majority voted for pro-Russian. Majority of people voted against the joining North Atlantic organization up to 2014. Understanding of the majority of Ukrainians of NATO didn't differ from vision of Russians and the majority of Belarusians. And I don't blame my compatriots for this. I believe that in 1991, Ukrainian society was not prepared to independence. The majority of people living in the territory of Ukrainian Republic wanted to live in the union with Russia and Belarus. And that referendum, which was done, results of which were defended, is a huge deed of our nation. But for everything you should pay. For this speedy independence, I would call it, we pay much slower historical development. So in the current situation, we understand very simple thing and tell to ourselves honestly, we are late for our bandwagon. We are trying to catch up with it, and when a person is catching up with a train, you never know will you catch it up, but you may use different opportunities. Take a car, for example, to catch up, or take an airplane to reach the destination. We will have such opportunities, but only in the future. So when we are talking about all these things today, I say Ukrainians now are passing two exams. The first exam, whether Ukrainian nation at all is able to build a state or to create a state. We have already passed this exam. We already have a state, and we will have it in the historical future. Another important exam, whether the Ukrainian state will remain in the borders which Ukraine had in the former Soviet Union. This exam we have already failed. I hope that we'll be able to come back to our borders in the historical future and at least not losing other territories, but in this sense we have to move towards civilized world. It is clear that the Russian Federation will do everything possible for us not to join this civilized world. This is the struggle. It is clear that our struggle is hampered by the fact that the majority of our compatriots would like the situation to improve, but not doing anything and without any sacrifice from them. That's why the voters select very simple decision which does not exist. Therefore, the situation will not change until the attitude of the society changes, because Ukrainians have been choosing two simplistic ways. First time they voted for Petro Poroshenko, believing that the new president will quickly bring Ukraine to the West. In 2019, they voted for Zelensky, hoping that the young person who is not representative of the so-called party of war, that patriotic camp in Ukraine, will solve problem with Vladimir Putin. And I'm sure that Ukrainians will repeat this mistake, but one day these mistakes will come to an end, and the question is how the West will look at us. It's a problem of 20 or 30 years. When the participants of this forum will be 40 or 50 years old, they might see this prospect. They must understand that the next decades would be the decades of maturity, for not only for them but for the state as well. And because the state you cannot build with the help of magic wand. But even if I had such a magic wand, I wouldn't use it too often, because every time when we use something like this, we don't see a real person, but see a sort of a kid who doesn't understand what price you have to pay for all this. Thank you. You mentioned the bandwagon, which we have already missed. and you said that one of the solutions would be to take a car and to catch up with this train. So one of our participants tried to use this approach. Ivan, you have a lot of experience in Euro-Atlantic integration. You participated in that, being in the government and working independently, and now being a member of the parliament. What would you say about this situation with Ukraine's obligations fulfillment today?
Thank you very much. Well, this is a topic which is big enough for a lecture, but we're not going to change the format of this discussion, since obviously we are dealing with a broad variety of issues. But I will start from another point. I've read the name of our panel, the Alliance of Security and Freedom. I would change the order of the word, and I would rather speak about the Alliance of Freedom and Security. Why? Because I believe that for us, the choice of the membership in NATO is about, first of all, our freedom, and security is one of the instruments to reach this goal. Obviously, in order to achieve this goal, we need to analyze not just the state of affairs in terms of the domestic situation in Ukraine. We have to look at several components which can determine how we are progressing towards the goal enshrined in our constitution. This includes several points which we have to analyze. Ukraine, the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian institutions, NATO member countries, and the Russian factor. If we analyze all these components briefly, I would say the following. If we speak about Ukraine, obviously I am very glad that our constitution now includes and enshrines our Euro-Atlantic integration aspiration. But this is about our survival. This is about Ukraine being strong and successful, provided it is a part of this military political or political military alliance. We have to realize this. This is an existential choice for us. As regards the government, the power authorities, and where we stand in our dialogue concerning this ultimate goal of membership in the alliance. Obviously, I'm very gratified that today we see a change of rhetoric in favor of Ukraine's membership in the alliance. This is very commendable. But there is one but here. Rhetoric is good and it matters, but it should be backed up by actions. If we want credibility, if we want to be perceived as reliable partners and interlocutors, when there is a disconnect between rhetoric and actions, and I can say that in many areas there's been a rollback of reforms, including the area of security and defense sector, all the way to judicial power, to issues of oppressing the opposition, persecution of opposition, and so on. All this tells us what we have to do is homework to be on a par with NATO member countries. As a matter of fact, for many countries, as quite rightly Vitaly said, there was a big space of time when countries could use the window of opportunity. And for many countries, our neighbors from Central Europe, which finally became members of the alliance, the membership in NATO through membership action plans and so on, became a kind of democratic filter before they joined the European Union. A lot of people sometimes forget that NATO membership is largely about not just NATO formal standards and requirements as regards weaponry and so on. This is primarily about NATO approaches, principles and rules, and the way they should be adhered. This is something we are lacking today, because as we carry out our reforms, for instance, we say we want to be members of NATO and we set tasks for ourselves. We do not do this for the sake of NATO or the EU. We do this for ourselves, to be successful and powerful, to make sure that our voice is heard, and for this we need strong institutions. For this we need to act the way which we would never be ashamed of. And when we meet all these requirements, there will be no political opportunity for NATO to decline our request. Speaking about NATO as an institution, here we have always had the least problematic issues. From the beginning of the Russian aggression, NATO has been an institution which immediately stated that Russia is an aggressor. They provided us with political support, and they called a spade, and that was very important for us. We have to build on this and not to stop where we stand. But there is a risk here. So far, there is still a risk that during the summit there will be a communique adopted at the summit, and the communique will set us back to where we were in 2014. And I do hope that our diplomats will work towards precluding that. As regards NATO member countries, we have to be absolutely candid about this. Obviously, among the NATO member countries, there are countries which are very much under the influence of the Russian Federation, and we have to be open about it. That among the leaders of some of the NATO countries, there are those who have dictatorial tendencies, and we are dealing with countries which are using their national interests to prevent our progress towards NATO. Yes, unfortunately, Hungary has been putting up hurdles in our way to NATO over the last 5 years, using allegedly their interests of the protection of minorities on the surface. And we're being told that we cannot overcome this. But we can. We did receive a enhanced opportunity partnership program. And I don't agree with Mr. Minister Kuleba that Hungary by chance abstained from a decision at NATO. They abstained just because there were some other NATO member countries which had persuaded her not to object, which means that we have to work additionally with our friends within the alliance to further persuade some countries in certain things, be it in Germany or France or even in the United States, and then they will be able to sit at the same table and persuade each other, coming to the conclusion that that granting, failing to grant map to Ukraine is not a constructive thing. And finally, about Russia, we cannot make believe that they do not exist. They are around and they will not disappear. And especially after the recent interviews of Putin to the so-called mass media, we can say that obviously there is a risk that if a decision of granting map to us is approved, the Russian Federation will launch a new and powerful onslaught on us. But this should not hold us back, because we are Russia's antipode. And thank God finally Putin has admitted this, because we are not an autocratic KGB-style country. We have our own national interests. We know how to safeguard them, and we need to explain it to the democratic world, including to the alliance, why together with us they will be stronger and not weaker, and why without us they will not be successful. Russia as an empire, which Putin seeks to restore, and he, by the way, said that he wants to restore the Russian Empire, but there's no restoration of the Russian Empire without Ukraine. So there's no other option for us but to go to the civilized world and to focus on our homework, to persuade the world that we are a reliable ally, and to finally reach understanding that without Ukraine there will be no security of Europe or Euro-Atlantic world, for that matter. Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I also would like to remind the audience, online and offline, that we can ask questions via Zoom chat. I will be reading out the questions and address them to our speakers. So, I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker. I know that you have some concrete messages for us, but I would like to preface what you're going to say by the following question. It has been touched upon by Ivana. We are talking about Ukraine's added value for European and world security. We know that at the core of the discussion on Monday there will be the future strategy 2030 for Ukraine, and we know that it'll be primarily about making the military and political alliance stronger, and this will be also about a global view of the alliance, especially in the context of rising China. Ms. Kleiner, proceeding from this strategic vision of the allies, what can Ukraine offer as added value for the alliance, apart from the advantages which have already been enumerated?
Addressing interns of Verkhovna Rada, and we were also looking for an answer, where does NATO strengths lie in? And one of the, and it's about adaptation, and that's why NATO was established in 1949, and it's already 8th decade, and NATO is the strongest, more successful international security alliance. And one of the principles that also makes the alliance strong is its partnerships. And a partnership with Ukraine is one of the most active and engaging partnerships that started already in early 90s. And NATO highly values Ukraine's contributions to NATO-led operations and missions. There are various cooperation programs between NATO and Ukraine, trust funds and programs. And that's why NATO has more than 40 partners with whom the alliance is engaging. And indeed, it's about NATO and that is evolving, strengthening, or or establishing new partnerships. It's about being strong militarily and also about becoming stronger politically, because as we know, NATO is both political and military alliance. And the initiative 2030, which was when Secretary General was addressed by heads of states and governments in 2019, and when Secretary General was asked to lead a forward-looking reflection process on where do we see NATO 10 years from now, was launched then. And in a couple of days during Brussels summit, the summit that is taking place next Monday, and I sincerely encourage you and invite you to follow the summit and also the Brussels Forum within the summit. Secretary General will also present the outcomes recommendations and will also seek for advice to take forward. And as already Vice Prime Minister mentioned, current strategic concept, which was endorsed in 2010, it has served well for NATO. But since then, international security environment has changed dramatically. And that's why also leaders of NATO states and governments will ask Secretary General to steer a new process, to steer a process of developing a new security concept. And it's very important that we work together, that we support each other, and cooperation and partnership with Ukraine is highly important, is very important for the alliance, because we cannot tackle current security challenges and threats just on our own. Because that's why we need to liaise, we need to partner, we need to pair up with each other, because only together we are stronger. And I believe that all of you know the slogan of Three Musketeers, which states, "One for all and all for one."
Thank you, Ms. Kleine. And продовжуючи, власне,
To continue our discussion, today's discussion goes from geopolitics down to internal Ukrainian politics, tactical things like obligation of Ukraine towards NATO as an institution and partners at NATO. So I would like to ask Sergei about Ukrainian political dimension of this situation. My first question is very clear about implementation of activities. You work a lot on security and defense issues in Ukraine, and you know that it is a very big component of A&P. How would you evaluate situation in defense? Thank you. First, I would like to reflect about the previous issue. In fact, politics is a two-way road, two-way street. So we should not be offended that we are not accepted by NATO as well as we want. We should understand the situation. We need to meet at least three criteria. First of all, you should have the state and the society should have clear determination. The second, you should meet criteria of NATO membership. And the third, that your membership should support this bloc. And I think that we are approaching all three criteria, including the one which is called approximation to policy standards and other elements of NATO. I should say that we have not done fully our home task because joining NATO is a very big political moment. I should remind you that when Turkey joined the North Atlantic Treaty, certain corrections were made into the procedure of approval because it was very important for NATO to take Turkey. And I think that way to NATO will speed up when NATO realizes that NATO will gain not less from Ukraine joining NATO than Ukraine would gain from joining the alliance. NATO is a collective player. These are different countries with different national interests. Yes, clearly there are some common important things which unite them into one bloc. But many countries, members of NATO, are afraid of Russia, and we are not. Because many NATO member states are afraid of fighting against Russia, and we are already fighting against Russia. And this is a factor which could make NATO much stronger if Ukraine joins NATO. And here I support fully what was said by my colleague Ivana Plimpush-Tsintsadze, that meeting the standards, principles and criteria of NATO is not just meeting some technical requirements or certain communication systems or weapons and so on. Yes, we are doing this gradually according to certain plans. We transfer from Dragunov sniper rifle and transfer into Ukrainian-made sniper rifle, which follows the NATO standards. Same goes for the Kalashnikov rifle. Same goes for communication systems, fire control systems, troops management systems. So there are national programs, there are certain plans. All this is taking place, but it has been taking place for a long time and consistently. Since Yanukovych times, we were implementing these programs and got positive response from NATO, participating in joint exercises. It's rather a political issue, and in fact the point of no return on our way to united Europe and to the North Atlantic security we started passing in 2014, and in my opinion we passed it finally in 2016. But still the West doesn't have such an impression that we have passed this point of no return. They need to make sure. For them to be sure, we must assure them. How can this happen? Ukraine has been taking a number of obligations towards NATO, and the issue is how we fulfill this obligation. It's rather about form, not content. For example, last year, the Parliament adopted one of the, with difficulties, but still adopted one of the laws which we took an obligation to adopt. It was a law on military procurement, or defense procurement. I wouldn't say that it's the perfect law, but still it is better than the previous one, which makes system of defense procurement much more transparent. But it was adopted last year, but has not yet fully been implemented. Because in order to implement it fully, certain steps were to be taken, and they were not taken. No secondary legislation was adopted. Special registers, which were supposed to be set up, were not set up. And now, according to the law of public procurement, procurements are made outside of the law. There is an obligation to take a law on security service. The law on security service has passed the first hearing, but still it's not adopted. A number of amendments were offered, quite many, and there is a a danger that these amendments would change substantially the law, which means that this won't be positive result. Once again, I would say that about standards of NATO standards, it's a huge list of various requirements. There is no one country in NATO which would fully fulfill and meet all the standards without exception. About the civilian and democratic control of the armed forces and security sector, we fulfill these obligations, but part of them are fulfilled just in terms of form, pro forma, not in terms of their content. When we speak about NATO approach to relations between the society and armed forces, then the life and security of the military personnel is the highest level issue. Or simply speaking, if in the NATO state the decision or the choice is whether we should sacrifice a human life or a piece of military equipment, they would definitely stand for the human life preservation. In our case, very often they still follow the Soviet approach when they try to keep safe the equipment first of all and people after that. So we still have a number of these differences in approaches to these laws and these principles. And the problem is that we should understand fully these principles which we want to follow. We are doing this. We are doing this maybe slowly, but we are doing this consistently and persistently. So if by the end of the year we adopt a number of laws which we promised to adopt, that would be that marker, that benefit which we may use as an argument explaining our Western partners that we have passed the point of no return, that our choice is serious and that we want to become part of NATO not only in terms of standards or insignia on the military uniforms, but in terms of logic, psychology and rules. A lot of things have been done, but still we lack one thing: clear, consistent and persistent demonstration by the authorities that we are passing through this point of no return. So if within this year we'll do all these things, our way to NATO will become much easier. So adoption of specific laws which we should expect over the next months, but your major message, as I understand, is that the form versus content. So when we are talking about NATO standards, we should remember the essence, the content of the standards, that is safety and security of every person. So coming to the issues which are discussed within Ukrainian political circles. When we're talking about Ukraine and NATO, accession to NATO, we are talking about the country of Ukraine. My question to you, colleagues, is how do you see that all political forces, different political forces which we have in the country, to what extent these political forces are united in terms of vision of prospects of NATO membership for this country? Maybe the question is to all of you. Maybe Ivana will be the first to answer. It's a good question because many political forces in their political memoranda and declarations, we see that they aim to EU and NATO membership, with the exception of one political force represented in the parliament today, and which not always represents Ukrainian national interests, softly speaking. About uniting we can follow the basic things. We may see that in the parliament no draft bill aimed at a more complicated reform which requires political will was not adopted by this mono majority without voices of our faction and Serhi's factions. Complicated laws, neither about the security service reform or defense procurement or unbundling, which was important for us from the point of view of European integration, did not pass the parliament, which means that in fact there is some nucleus in the mono majority which is able to support this, but they themselves cannot do this, and there are political forces which have demonstrated that they are aimed at a movement towards our civilization home, and there are other political forces which declare this but do not do this.
Well, we probably have not touched upon one more component of this goal. I mean responsibility, and it is related to everyone. I believe that the responsibility of the government is to make sure that we unite the efforts of all those who are prepared to work towards this goal. If the government does this for real and not just paying lip service or in a bid to find a fob-off answer to the question why we are still not in NATO. So apart and beyond all this smoke and mirrors, the government should be prepared to get down to serious and tangible work. There are a lot of political forces, both within the parliament and beyond, which are prepared to pull their weight. This is a fact. And but unfortunately, there are some attempts to undermine our possibility to make progress on this path. This sometimes is being done because of the actions of our government when they behave as if not Putin but Poroshenko is their main enemy. And also this is the result of the work of the fifth column in Ukraine and the results of the efforts of those who are useful idiots, to use the English language expression, who basically by debate. But we need to pool our efforts and work together. Potentially, we have an opportunity to politically rally behind this, but it should be a multi-directional movement, not just from political forces, but there should be a proper response and feedback. Mr. Rahmanin, please. Well, I agree with what my colleague said to a large extent. If we speak about the sentiments, at least in the political forces represented in the parliament, the overwhelming majority of politicians, apart from the ones mentioned by Ivana, are for joining NATO, but they don't want to put in a lot of efforts into this. They want it to be done of its own, or at least that there should be a kind of light option of efforts. But we have to persuade ourselves that we need to be there, and we need to persuade NATO and all the individual NATO entities that we have to join NATO, and NATO will win out from that, and rather than lose. And a brief additional point. We're living at the time of very interesting experiments. We keep putting the cart before the horse. This is the time of experiment when we very much depend just on one political force which had been created right before the previous elections. I work in the Intelligence, Security and Defense Committee of Parliament, and 2/3 of the committee are representatives of the Servant of the People party. Maybe we got lucky because we keep fighting, we debate things, but as regards strategic issues related to security, defense and intelligence, there are no major differences or infighting between us. But maybe we've been exceptionally lucky with that, because the feedback from other committees indicates otherwise. But basically, not everything is that bad in our house, I would say. And for that, we should, not that we have to thank the war, but we should understand that the war is not just about redemption of our previous sins, but this is also a new chance for us, because it has made our priorities and goals crystal clear. And if it wasn't for that war, probably there wouldn't have been such a strong support for us internationally for our Euro-Atlantic integration aspiration, and there would not have been so many politicians in Ukraine who understand why Russia is the threat and why we need to be in NATO. So NATO membership is not an end in itself, it's just like it's a means of security. Vitaly, you have spoken about the window of opportunity today, the window of opportunity which was partially totally lost in the 90s. My question is about the current windows of opportunity. Are there any around? Especially, I draw your attention to the well-known information that all NATO decisions are being taken by full consensus of all 30 countries. Today we've mentioned that 15 countries of NATO have consensus about our NATO aspirations. The other 15 think otherwise. In what countries, in what capitals should Ukraine find windows of opportunity, and in which countries we still have to open up these prospective windows of opportunities? I think we should take a slightly different perspective on that. It's not just a question of which countries support us. In terms of NATO membership, we are not a candidate country. We don't even have a map. We will be able to come back to this issue once the Western Balkan countries are fully integrated with NATO, and that would be 20 to 25 years down the road. So we should be realistic about it. And even if we imagine that the majority of NATO countries can be persuaded by us that we need to be in NATO, we will have to work out a special mechanism for our accession to better understand how NATO avoids a conflict with Russia, and we also will have to deal with the situation with the Crimea. If our membership was imminent, we would have to sign a document which would say that all the situations on our current situation in our country cannot impact the obligations on the part of NATO allied countries. Once we join, then only this instrument will be switched on. None of NATO member countries would like to end up in a conflict with Russia. And if we join NATO, once all these conflicts have been resolved, we will not have that dilemma. But I would like to raise another point. Indeed, due to the fact that we have a war with Russia, the impact or influence of those who were against Ukraine's membership was brought down to zero, almost to zero, or to the party of the oppositional bloc. The political realm, previously about half of the political elite were against this. Now this is not the case. But how long will this window of opportunity exist? Let's virtually imagine that some 2-3 years down the road, the political regime in Russia changes and Russia deals with the issue of Crimea and Donbass, and they recognize that it was a fact of aggression. Does this mean that we will join NATO 5 to 10 years later? Or maybe the number of people who will be against NATO in Ukraine will again shoot up to 50%. They will say, look, Russia is a democratic country. Coming closer to them will be profitable to us, and the gas transit will go through our territory. Let's be friends with Russia. If you ask me whether we will be advocating for joining NATO, I can assure you that once Russia changes its regime, a lot of politicians who are in favor of NATO membership will be against it. We can win the referendum for NATO only with this kind of Russia which we have at the moment, whereas a democratic Russia can be a problem for our Euro-Atlantic integration, which we will not be able to overcome until the next phase of Russia's development, when not Donetsk but Kharkiv, for instance, will be captured by Russia. We need to be not a reactive country, because our development is purely reactive. We keep reacting to what's going on in Russia, but we have to create our own content, our own purpose. So basically we can say that the key window opportunity stays in Kyiv, right? There is an online participant who asked a question. I will split it up into two parts. The failure to accept Ukraine in NATO. Can this lead to a halt in reforms in Ukraine if we're not accepted to NATO? Look, there is a threat that the government will use this. And it's like President Zelensky said, I never go to visit those who are not inviting me. And he kept saying that we're not welcome in NATO and the EU, so why go there? And now, without doing anything to bring Ukraine closer to map, for instance, he has all of a sudden decided that in the public realm of accusations and cavalier approach to this issue, he will be able to persuade NATO that we should be granted map. But now probably our leaders have finally understood that we are not going to get map during this forthcoming summit. But that was obvious a long time ago when all this media campaign was unfolding here in Ukraine. So there is a risk that we will be told, see, they don't want us there. And then they will decide that again we will have to find our own third way. Like it was before. We've been non-bloc, we've been neutral, we were aspiring for NATO, we were not aspiring for NATO, we were aspiring for a Eurasian Union. It is our failure to decide what we want and what we have to do for this. This is the reason why we have what we have now. That is why the risk that the leadership of Ukraine, the current leadership of Ukraine, can use this as an excuse to further hamper reform. To further hamper reform, I emphasize the word further. Let's not have an illusion that we have broad-based reforms going on now. There are a lot of slogans and rhetoric about reform, But reforms are not about slogans. This is about mundane, everyday work, like what Serhiy said, that there is a law in place, but to make it workable, there should be a host of things done to back it up. And this is what is lacking today. So such a risk does exist, but I believe that it largely depends on us whether somebody will be able to abuse the decision not to give us map or not. Our task is to understand that the responsibility stays with us, Ukrainians, and together with the civil society and the parliamentary forces and beyond the parliament and everyone, each and every one of us, we need to do everything possible to make sure that this movement is not just a matter of slogans, but a set of actual deeds. Thank you. Serhiy, you wanted to add something? Yeah, I'll be very brief. Can it happen that we will not be members of the EU? Of course, it can happen so. The same with NATO. Life is very alarming for us. Membership in the EU and NATO is natural, but there are countries which are members of the EU but not members of NATO, and the other way around. Does that mean that they are worse or better off than others? No. This is about compatibility and alignment with certain procedures and principles. This is for us a means to carry out certain reforms and transformations. If we do not have that means, we'll have to go ahead with that anyway. But when there is such a framework in place, it'll be easier for us.
Imagine that we say we'll still become members of Europe, will not participate in Euro championships and world championships. We will play for Volynsk Oblast championship or Donetsk Khmelnytsk Oblast. It's much cheaper than keeping the national team. But the quality of this game, what will be the quality of this game? If you want to reach something, you have to raise your aspirations. If we want to become compatible with NATO member states or EU member states, it's not a question when we'll join them or where we will join them at all. Thank you very much. I think it's very important joint message from this panel is that the devil is in implementation and place. Our colleagues were approaching the end. I will read the last question from our online participants, and I ask each of you to send your final key message and answer the question by Anastasia Gromova, who is asking us about a little bit different things on identity. She approaches the issue of identity somehow to geopolitical place of Ukraine. She says that currently we cannot speak about full national and linguistic identity in Ukraine. In your opinion, whether it's a problem for NATO membership and how to solve this problem effectively for the benefit of Euro-Atlantic integration? As we see, as we understand, you see this is a problem, and you ask our panelists. Vitaly, we'll start with you. Frankly speaking, I wouldn't mix national and political identity. Wouldn't mix up. The issue of Ukrainian national identity is resolved by way of public policy. The overwhelming majority of people here believe themselves that they are Ukrainians, politically at least Ukrainians. And the question is, what do they mean by this? And here, certain harmony here should be reached by way of public policy. People in different regions may put different meaning into the notion of Ukrainian identity. The same as people in different regions of Germany mean by German identity, or same goes for Italy. But it is clear that Italians in Milano and Italians in Sicily are different, or Bavarians are different Germans from Saxon-Coburg, Germany. So same Ukrainians in Halychina are different from Ukrainians in Donbass. Another issue of political identity, which may not coincide. It is true. Currently we see that people who consider themselves Ukrainians may have different political identity, political choice. It is normal for democratic countries as well. In Swiss Confederation, there was a referendum for joining European Union. The supporters of joining lost to the supporters of those who stand for Switzerland being out of European Union, which doesn't make Swiss citizens not Swiss citizens. I mean, if we lose the accession to EU, will not make Ukrainians non-Ukrainians. Another problem is that for many our compatriots today, NATO is the defense of their security, their safety. Yes, we say that with NATO it's easier to defend ourselves, but NATO should be a complex of common values. And these values should be the same. It's normal way of development of political consciousness, political competition, and so on. Thank you, Sergei. I agree a lot with this. We should not mix up these notions. Ukrainian political nation had to be created in 1991, theoretically, but it didn't happen. We lost a lot of time. We had a chance in 2005, it not happened. But 2014 has become a year of the beginning of creation of Ukrainian political nation. What is a political Ukrainian nation? Is common understanding of the world, in a broad sense of this world, and the place of Ukraine in this world. And if you look at how the attitude of Ukrainians changed within 7 years to all these issues, you can easily understand what content is included into the notion of Ukrainian political nation. It will develop, it will change, it may live through certain corrections like any political nation. But the positive and extremely important fact is that it has already been set up, and which allows us with the hope look into the future. Thank you. Vineta, do you have anything to add to this or to answer to this question?
Something to the last question we received, but we'll look at the question from a broader point of view. As we all know, there are 30 countries, 30 member states that are part of the alliance. And also, we also have different history, geography, like cultural traits and habits. Nevertheless, the things that unite us, and that's why we are as a one family, are values and principles we follow, among which is democracy, human rights, freedom of speech, and others. So, and I think that these values on which is based alliance, so these are the cornerstones of which, on which the alliance is based, and is also successfully operating now already more than 70 years.
Дякую. Цінності.
Thank you. The values matter. Last words from you, Ivana. I fully agree with Vitaly and Sergei about formation of Ukrainian political nation. We haven't yet passed the point of no return. but it is important, the issue of values. We see on what values the North Atlantic Alliance is built upon, but it's also very important for our partners to understand, to feel that they have responsibility for not trading on these values. They have responsibility for not following double standards, and they bear responsibility for not for those values to be preserved, maintained, and to be political, positive magnet which would attract us as political nation. I would like at the end to say that what Biden recently said, that China believes that in 20 or 30 years it will own the United States of America. And they believed it would be possible because the autocratic system of governance is much more efficient than democratic one, which demonstrates that we still have struggle between autocracy and democracy in progress in the world. In this context, we also should think not only about our national interest, but that we have much bigger civilizational role. We may use our example to show that democratic way of development is much stronger, but this democratic way of development is defined by these values. And if we are successful, I think it's not only Ukraine, but the whole world will win because of that. And this will be yet another proof that we will bring value added to the alliance if we become members. Thank you. I thank all the speakers, colleagues. We start a coffee break. I thank the online participants for questions and meet here in 20 minutes at 4 o'clock.
Dear participants, you're kindly invited to the hall. We are about to start our next panel with our esteemed speaker. So, it is my pleasure and honor to invite to the rostrum our next guest, President of Ukraine in 2014-2000.
President Poroshenko.
Ex-President Poroshenko. We have a lot of questions for Mr. President, and we hope that we'll be able to talk after that. Well, the agenda depends on Mr. Yatsenyuk. I apologize for breaking the protocol, and this is a very reputed event, and there should be black tie probably, but today is a special day, because today all the Ukrainians are united in supporting our national football team when the aggressor country wanted to undermine our slogan, glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. I'm very much gratified that at my decision we replaced the Russian Здравствуйте, товарищи to the slogan Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine, and now foreign dignitaries, when they greet the guard of honor, they pronounce Slava Ukraini, and the answer is Heroyam Slava. This comes straight from the heart. So the Russians are absolutely doomed. In that respect, I welcome the decision of the Executive Council of the of Football of Ukraine that this greeting now also is used by football players. I would like to thank Mr. Yatsenyuk for a wonderful organization of this forum. I accepted right away for three main reasons. Well, first of all, we are talking about the security of the country. Secondly, this is absolutely key in terms of our integration with the EU and NATO. This is something that my team worked for the whole 5 years of my term in office. We're talking about the youth, the generation which will definitely feel secure living in Ukraine as a member of NATO and the EU. I have no doubts that this is inevitable, irreversible. In 2014, together with Mr. Yatsenyuk, we started this work when the level of support for NATO was as low as 16%. And when we were being told, it was hammered into our heads that the NATO issue splits up the country. But now this topic unites the country. And today, the 11th of June, is also a very symbolic day, because 4 years ago we did what seemed unbelievable. A lot of skeptics, just like what they say about MAP now, used to say, this is impossible. When against the backdrop of migrations from the Middle East, we were told that nobody will give us visa-free regime to the EU. They said that the requirements that they put forward for this are absolutely impossible to implement, but we did that. And now Ukrainians think that it couldn't be otherwise, because for visa-free travel, people get used to it just like they used to breathing the air, without even noticing it. Some people think that the freedom of free travel has always been in Ukraine. I remember when there was Ovir office on Boulevard named after Shevchenko, and Ukrainians were queuing up there to get visas to go abroad. And getting a visa at that time was even more difficult than it is now, even for the countries which require visas for Ukrainians. But once the Soviet Union collapsed, that and the visa-free regime for Ukraine are two very important milestones on our way, and I congratulate us all with this. For me, this day is also special because this is the birthday of our father, and when he was alive, he said that that was the best birthday present that I gave to him as a son, and he said, I need no more birthday presents once we have visa-free travel. And this is really true. Visa-free travel is for us, for our fathers, for our children and grandchildren. Now Ukrainians are absolutely free to travel. This victory is a symbol of how Ukraine can be successful. At that time, Ukraine was cool. When you would talk to someone, everyone understood that Ukraine is a success story. And everyone wanted to help Ukraine because Ukraine was associated with success. And this is something which we are missing now. Missing so badly. The attitude to us, not as a toxic country, which is the case currently, but being treated as a success story. We have to set ambitious goals. The key to success is efficient credibility and interaction with our European partners. It's perseverance and determination for carrying out complicated and sometimes unpopular reforms. Mr. Yatsenyuk can corroborate that. Popular reforms are very good to carry out, but they are non-existent, because popular reform is about populism. I've always believed, and I remain a strong believer, that the key to Ukraine's success as an independent state is a resolute, fast, and irreversible departure from Russia. In the Russian Empire, in an allied Soviet Union, Ukraine will never have a place. So my slogan has always been away from Russia. The experience of visa-free travel could be used in other areas today, primarily as regards map. Likewise, everyone says that it's impossible for us to get it fast. In 2019, I said it's very realistic to get a map until 2023. We just have to focus on everyday work, rule of law, independence of the judiciary, and all the rest which is required. And over the last 2 years, we have a backsliding of reforms and the loss of a lot of achievements which we had gained before. Once we manage to redress the wrong, there will be a consensus among NATO countries, and no aggressor, including Putin, would be able to intimidate anyone. Who is he to set red lines for us? He said that our membership in NATO is a red line for Russia. But in our minds, our membership in NATO has already been established. This forum is very timely because these 2 weeks are really key, not just for the fate of Ukraine, but for the destiny of the whole world. Today, the G7 summit opens, and I'm sure that this summit will have a decisive influence for all the Western world, and I would even dare to say that Ukraine as a state and Ukrainians as a people are a part of the Western world. I am absolutely sure that at this meeting shared approaches are being formed, and they will be finalized within the next 2 days. On the 14th, in 3 days, there will be NATO summit. Unfortunately, Ukraine was not invited to attend. Ukraine will not be there. On the following day, the summit between the European Union and the US on Tuesday, which will be about the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the US. On the 16th, a milestone meeting between Biden and Putin. Of course, I would very much like to see a meeting between Zelensky and Biden to take place before that meeting. And irrespective of all the political problems, domestic issues, and the persecution of the opposition, I have always persuaded our American friends that we should have this meeting. It's not for the sake of Zelensky. This is for Ukraine. So what unites G7, the EU-US summit, a NATO summit, and the meeting with Putin? An overarching issue in all those points is Ukraine. Ukraine will be a key issue on the agenda of all those events in terms of its independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and how to use the instruments at the disposal of the international community to raise the price that Russia should pay in case aggression against our country continues. Is that important for Ukraine? Absolutely. Should Ukraine and its president take part in these discussions? 100%. Our team has introduced a principle which is an axiom: nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Now this principle is being upended because we didn't manage to do this. We missed the opportunity to do that. Some meetings are qualified as a family reunion, and we have no place there. Over the last couple of years, Ukraine has been sidelined in the world processes, and this is largely the result of incompetence, chaos, and diplomatic failure of the Ukrainian leadership. Not the Ukrainian diplomats, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the embassies simply have been sidelined from these processes through some secret behind-the-scenes consultations between Yermak and Kozak or Surkov and all the rest. Well, unfortunately, because of its unprofessional nature, but the presidential office sometimes is just happy with this second-rate role. Sometimes they are being offended in a childish manner, trying to put the blame on somebody else for all their failures. The summit in Cardiff, NATO summit in Poland, in Warsaw, and in Brussels, all those summits were with the participation of Ukraine, with my direct participation. It was a routine procedure. It couldn't have been otherwise. But now they say that NATO has a kind of family reunion and there's no place for Ukraine there. There is a question from the audience. I just wanted to inform you that there is a question and the young people are eager to ask you something. Okay, just give me 3 more minutes. I'll give you at least one story. The story is like this. 2014, June. Everyone seems to have forgotten there was a terrible situation with war in the banking area, in the financial sphere, in the economic sphere, the hybrid war, the use of embargo against us, the energy blockade. But at that time there were even international sanctions against Ukraine. Ukraine was prohibited from selling weapons, from acquiring loans and so on. And against this backdrop, I came to attend the EU summit without an invitation. I wasn't invited. Just because, again, it was said that it was a family meeting. So I come to Brussels. We arrange a meeting. We go to the right floor when the summit is taking place in the Justus Christus building. And I ask people to inform that the President of Ukraine is here. At the entrance, I meet President Hollande of France, who had just cancelled the contract with Russia on Mistrals. I thought Mr. Rompuy, Barroso, and other officials, and they say there's a president of Ukraine here, and he would like to inform the participants of the summit, to inform them about the current situation in Ukraine.
So it's ended by introducing sanctions against Russian Federation that day. And nobody and nothing can stop Ukraine and Ukrainians when we attack. I'm strongly sure that if we act seriously, will and decisively, will reach the positive results. So proactive and determined work. This is the recipe by Mr. Poroshenko. Mr. Poroshenko, today at the panel we talked that when we speak about Ukraine and accession to NATO, we are talking about the unit of measurement, Ukraine. So we know that according to the polling, the support for accession to NATO is the highest. The majority of population of Ukraine would vote for joining NATO. So extremely small percentage of people would vote for moving towards the east, 6 or 7%. And towards NATO, it's 50 or a little bit less than 50%. Therefore, I have a political type question to you. How can other political forces unite and do something for this national issue to move forward, not only by those who are in power today, but by those also who are in political opposition, as well as by the civil society, which is quite active in Ukraine? Thank you for the question. I have a very brief answer. Look at what we did in 2017, 2019. I think you remember very well when, under the circumstances of democracy, rule of law, free mass media, what deadly criticism was supported by Russia in Ukraine. Under the fire of criticism was myself as a president of Ukraine, was Ukrainian government, and we were implementing unpopular reforms. But we did it, that NATO topic united Ukraine. And when I offered the parliament and two biggest factions in the parliament, which made up the coalition, that was my political force and People's Front, approved after the first hearing the changes to amendments to the constitution on a necessity of joining NATO and the EU. And then we got necessary amount of votes, even more. So this is the example of when you are determined in working with political parties, with public opinion, nothing can stop you. So we introduced these changes to the constitution, and it was a great deed, because if we didn't do that time, currently we would be under a huge threat to come back to the multi-vector policy as a condition for meeting between Zelensky and Putin like it was done before. But this is now in the constitution. It is irreversible. We have to do our business and move forward. Thank you. Then you mentioned the next week. It's going to be a very busy week, and it's going to be a meeting of two presidents, Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin. What are your expectations about this meeting, and what should Ukraine be prepared for after that meeting? First, I would like to repeat once again that I'm deeply convinced that there had to be a meeting between Zelensky and Biden before that, both from symbolic point of view and from the point of view of coordination of positions. At the same time, I know very well the President of the United States, Joseph Biden. We cooperated very efficiently with him since the first hour of my presidency. Maybe you don't remember, the Vice President Joseph Biden arrived to my inauguration, and we had a 4.5 hours discussion where we made a detailed plan of what we were going to do. And Joseph Biden is an extremely high professional and very competent person in terms of Ukraine. He's a man of principles and values. The only thing which he needs is understanding that Ukraine really wants to do it. Now, as we did it in 2013, 2014, 2019, is there any threat? Yes. Yes, because there is a huge amount of problems in the world which will make up the agenda for meeting between Biden and Putin, beginning with China and up to the Middle East, beginning with the global terrorism and up to the Northern Africa and Libya, beginning with climate changes and up to the brutal violation by Russia of international law, interfering into elections in other countries. But our task number one in the agenda of this meeting should be sovereignty and territorial integrity and independence of Ukraine. I have those proposals. Ukraine at least had to present them. Ukrainian vision in terms of the occupation of Donbass and necessarily the occupation of Crimea. Some people say, before the Crimea was not in the focus of attention at all. Maybe you didn't read the textbooks or maybe reports, but in 2014, our team at the UN Assembly General, the resolution was taken, number 100, because 100 countries that time voted for condemnation of illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia. That time all were afraid of Russia, and the Russians were given bribes to left and right. If there was no such a decision, there would be no Ukrainian platform. But we participate actively, we help Ukrainian Tatars. Once again, I would like to say that I differ in principle from Mr. Zelensky and servants of the people for their incompetence, non-professionals, corruption, secret ties with Kolomoisky and others. But at the external front, in the interests of Ukraine's security, we must be in the united team. Otherwise, you will never win. So I'm remaining an optimist, and I hope that the results of the meeting will be positive. But talking to them after the meeting between Putin and Biden for coordination with our American partners. I would like to ask the people in power and say, please work in a quiet manner, not chaotic, on the basis of reliable and strong foundation which were built in 2014-2019, and this way support Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Poroshenko. The question from our online participants and from Vitaly Beruta from Vinnytsia. He asks, how can Ukraine be brought back into the agenda of global issues? He mentions the situation in Belarus and media information, active information by media about the people in that country. Also, I would like to add that the issue of China is very important, who is a systemic rival of Western countries. The issue of China is mentioned in practically all geopolitical decisions. Some observers even wrote that decision on Nord Stream 2 is also related to China, because some Western politicians may use it in order to win strategically in the context of China. So in such a comprehensive agenda in the world, how can Ukraine be brought back into this agenda? About the conspiracy theory that Nord Stream 2 is related to China, I absolutely don't agree with this. Once again, I would stress an attempt to put the responsibility on China. It's an attempt to relieve Putin from responsibility. There is no sense for China in Nord Stream 2. Dozens of billions were invested into the construction of this pipeline, which would never bring profit because the participants were given financial guarantees of money return. Why should that be done? Because they started this active work immediately after the beginning of the aggression. And for Ukraine, Nord Stream 2 was a threat not only to lose transit money, not only in terms of diminishing geopolitical importance of Ukraine in Europe, but also a physical issue of security. Because if you look at Putin's behavior towards Turkmenistan, as soon as Putin stopped need Turkmen gas, in spite of many years of the contracts, as soon as they stopped transferring gas from Turkmenistan to Russia, immediately terrorist attack was committed against Turkmenistan gas pipeline. So nothing would stop Putin from shelling with rockets or artillery our gas transit system. And he would say, no, terrorists, I can do nothing about it. You see, everything should go out of Ukraine. Do Germans or Americans understand this? Yes. That's why for me it was a matter of principle to wait till the elections to Bundestag in Germany, because the key position was the position of Social Democrats and their ex-leader, Chancellor Schröder, who firmly supported Nord Stream 2. But you must always go to the end. The first part, the first line, Ukrainian authorities started putting blame on everyone, on everyone for their mistakes.
Whereas outside of Ukraine, who is to blame that we're still not in NATO? Biden is. Who's to blame that we're still not in the EU? Mrs. Merkel. The fact that we, until now, have failed to oppose the Russian oppression. Who is to blame? Mr. Hollande and Mr. Macron. Well, I'm honored to be in such a company. This is point number one. And secondly, if all this is being done just for the video clips and to shift the buck, by doing so, you just scare away your would-be partners and you fail to make good on your promises. As recently as a year ago, they promised that from every foreign trip there will be a certain amount of returns. But statistics show that the direct foreign investments are plummeting. The investments are fleeing Ukraine because they do not feel secure. A year ago, 1 million of new jobs were promised to us. So what do we have now? 1 million of new jobs was replaced by 1 million of trees to be planted. Who do they take us for? The whole world is reaching the growth trajectory. We ended the second quarter with a growth of 4.4% of GDP growth. The whole world now has reached the level of economic boom. India is growing by 9%, China 9%, the United States 5 to 6%. In Ukraine, we have all the boasting remarks by the statistics that we have slowed down the decline. They're still slowing down the decline. This is yet another point proving that for this incompetence, Ukraine is paying too high a price, both domestically and in foreign policy. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm still an optimist. We will definitely prevail. We're not criticizing Zelensky because we know that this gets us nowhere. We democratic forces have to get together, and in this unity we will save Ukraine, because except for us, dear young people in the audience, dear viewers of this wonderful forum, nobody else would be able to do this for us. Thank you. Thank you very much, President Poroshenko. We had a lot of activities on Zoom. A lot of young people wanted to put questions to you. Ukraine is still facing a host of challenges. The young people mentioned the fear that Belarus can be annexed by Russia. Some people are concerned about the slowdown or the rollback reforms. All these issues are extremely important for us. Thank you for your final message that you express and for being so optimistic, because being a young generation and the way our day-to-day has shown, a lot of our participants, even though they're young, but know what to do. So we thank you for what you've done, and we're very hopeful that in the near future we will work together towards our shared national interests and goals. Thank you. Mr. Yatsenyuk, thank you very much. Solomia, thank you. You are an incredible audience. Thank you very much for your attention, for the atmosphere which reigns supreme in this hall. I couldn't just fail to mention that the risk in terms of Belarus being devoured by Russia, and this is almost a fait accompli. They're just waiting for the September elections to the Russian Duma. This risk is incredible. For all 5 years in office, I tried to make sure that the doors of Europe are open for Lukashenko not to lose him. And now all that has been lost. And on a more optimistic note, I'd like to say that we should have the strategy for all democratic forces in the society, which should lead us to the EU and NATO. Primarily, this is about strong army, which is reformed and powerful, which is not under the influence of Russia. Secondly, and this position is fully, this army should be fully coordinated with NATO. Second point is internal resilience. We should not allow Russians to destabilize the situation within our country. We can and must be together, and we will succeed. And the third point, this is something which we managed to do 7 years ago, a strong and powerful coalition to support Ukraine. Ukraine has an incredible host of friends all across the world. We just have to keep it up, and everything will be fine. We will win. And glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you very much, President Poroshenko, dear colleagues. Now we'll have an online Atlantic panel. It'll be moderated by Ms. Melinda Herring. And now all our panelists will reach us by video link online, either from their homes or elsewhere across the ocean.
Pleasure and a real honor to meet you. Now, my name is Solomia. I have been moderating this forum for almost the whole day, but I am actually giving the floor to you. We have a fantastic squad of young people who have already expertise in the field and who will ask you some questions. I will be here for you to help you with actually collecting the questions. But so far so good, I'm giving the floor to you, and I hope we have Melinda who will moderate it. Yeah, hello Melinda, the floor is yours.
Hello Solomia.
The floor is yours. I'm here for you to collect the questions. But go ahead, and it will be really interesting to listen to you all. My pleasure.
Thank you, Solomia. Good afternoon, everyone. We are so happy to be here with you. We love the Kyiv Security Forum. We have never had the privilege of participating in the Youth Kyiv Security Forum. Before I bring in my distinguished panel, I want to offer one message to you. Ukraine needs you. Foreign policy is a calling. It's a calling that all of us on this panel have devoted our life to. Your country, as President Poroshenko just said, is at a crossroads. We need more smart people in the trenches. So dedicate your life to foreign policy. That's my pitch for you. Now, it's my very distinct pleasure to introduce my panel. We are going to talk about Ukraine and NATO and whether this is going to happen. I brought together 5 very, very smart people from Ukraine, from Poland, and the United States. I have Ambassador John Herbst, my boss, the director of the Eurasia Center, and the former ambassador to Ukraine. Welcome, Ambassador Herbst. I have Ambassador Sandy Vershbaugh. He is the former U.S. ambassador to Russia, the former Deputy Secretary General of NATO. He was an ambassador in Korea as well, and we're so lucky to have him at the Atlantic Council. Welcome, Sandy. I have George Beatty. He's the Vice President and Director of Studies at the Center for National Interest and our frequent debate partner. Welcome, George. This is his first time with us in this format, and we're so happy that you agreed. Welcome. I have Dr. Hannah Schless, the Director of the Security Programs at Ukraine Prism, a fantastic think tank in Odessa, and the editor of Ukraine Analytica. She's the smartest woman in Ukraine. If anyone's listening, you should make her the foreign minister when we have a new government. She did not ask me to say that, and she's going to kill me. And finally, I have Mr. Pavel Kowal. He's a member of the Polish Parliament. Welcome to this panel as well. Unfortunately, Ambassador Vershbaugh is only with us for 30 minutes, so I'm going to turn to him first. Sandy, NATO is preparing for a review for 2030. Is 2030 by that time? If NATO whiffs and doesn't provide a real guarantee to Ukraine, it keeps doing this open door policy. What does that mean for the future of Ukraine in the alliance?
Okay, thanks, Melinda. And let me just, first of all, second your appeal to the Youth Kyiv Security Forum that they should consider careers in foreign policy and diplomacy. Your country definitely needs you. You live in a tough neighborhood. On your question, first of all, I think just to explain to the audience, what is NATO 2030? The summit that's taking place on Monday is going to, of course, celebrate renewed transatlantic solidarity with the arrival of President Biden and the departure of President Trump. But it also is meant to define NATO's agenda, its priorities for the coming decade, and that's where the slogan NATO 2030 comes in. The headlines are going to focus on things like resilience against cyber attacks, how to deal with rising China, how to promote innovation, preserve NATO's technological edge. I regret this NATO summit is not going to say much that is new about NATO's open door policy or where Ukraine fits into this vision of NATO 2030. The fact of the matter is that while allies will continue to pay lip service to the open door, they remain reluctant to provoke a hostile Russian reaction, despite the fact that 13 years have passed since NATO promised that Ukraine, as well as Georgia, will be members of NATO one day. Now, you might say the hesitation is understandable after the 7 years of Russian aggression and the massive military buildup that just took place in recent months. But unfortunately, this posture sends Russia the message that continuing to occupy Ukraine's sovereign territory will block the country's path to NATO forever. And that doesn't give Russia much incentive to negotiate a political solution in the Donbass or to Crimea either. Now, I would say that 2030 is a reasonable goal for Ukrainian membership. In fact, it could happen even sooner if there's the political will to do so. Ukraine isn't ready for NATO membership today, although its armed forces have improved dramatically since the Russian invasion. Ukraine still has a lot of homework to do to reform its military, to consolidate civilian control, and to achieve NATO standards and interoperability. Ukraine in particular needs to get serious about broader political and judicial reforms and anti-corruption measures, which are going to be just as important as the defense reforms when the time comes for NATO countries to decide whether they're going to move forward on NATO membership. Now, let me just hasten to add that it's not just Ukraine that has to do its homework. NATO has to figure out what it would actually take to extend a credible security guarantee to Ukraine when it becomes a member. What capabilities, what forces, what kinds of infrastructure, and they also need to figure out a strategy for managing the Russian reaction. The Russians aren't just going to sort of accept this without a struggle. Now, in the first round of enlargement 20 years ago, NATO did provide certain assurances to the Russians, for example, about not deploying nuclear weapons on the territory of new members, and there may be a case for similar confidence-building measures this time around. The point is that this isn't an easy decision for NATO. Taking on the defense of a big country like Ukraine would be a big deal, and we can't just snap our fingers and make it a reality. Now, your other question, what if NATO doesn't step up and it continues to postpone giving a real security guarantee to Ukraine? I think that what that means in practical terms is the alliance will have to find other ways, short of membership, to bolster Ukraine's security and to deter Russian aggression. We can't just leave Ukraine hanging in the wind. That means continued support politically, economically, and militarily for Ukraine so that it can better deter Russian aggression by being able to impose real costs, including casualties, if the Russians attack yet again and try to take more Ukrainian territory. Unfortunately, this is a second-best solution, but it may be where we are for some years to come. This unfortunately won't reduce the Russians' determination to subjugate Ukraine. If anything, it'll increase their motivation because they'll think that NATO is hesitating and is not going to live up to its own promise. My own view, and my colleagues may differ, is that Ukraine does deserve a shot at NATO membership. It has to do its homework and get ready, but NATO needs to think through how it would bring Ukraine in, which I think would ultimately provide a more sustainable long-term basis for peace in Central Europe than continuing to leave Ukraine alone and vulnerable to Russian aggression. But again, if allies think this is too hard, they have to think of other ways to protect Ukraine, because otherwise the international order will fall back on divided Europe, spheres of influence, Russian determination to re-subjugate its neighbors. That's not a healthy basis for East-West relations either.
Thanks a lot, Sandy. Let me ask you two quick follow-ups. Remind us, when Ukraine gets very close to the point of joining NATO, is it a unanimous decision? Do they have to have everyone on board? I know that's an easy question. Second question, you mentioned there's a lot of things Ukraine needs to do to get NATO's attention and convince them that they're serious. Some of them are domestic, some of them are military. If you had a list, if you had to name the top 3 things that Ukraine could do now to get NATO's attention, what would they be?
Okay. On the first question, yes, indeed, it does have to be a unanimous decision. That's how NATO takes all its decisions. And right now, even though NATO repeats the promise from Bucharest 2008 that Ukraine will be a member, in fact, probably the alliance is divided 50-50 on whether this is a good idea, much less that it should happen soon. So it's a steep climb for Ukraine, and it's a steep climb for NATO as well. Now, in terms of what Ukraine might do to increase its credibility as a candidate, I think the most important things are actually about domestic reform. NATO doesn't want to take in countries that are still maintaining one foot in the Soviet past in terms of how the military and defense institutions operate, but also about whether it's a country that demonstrates a commitment to the values that underpin NATO. So judicial reform, economic reform, rule of law, fighting corruption, all these things I think are the most important. And then there's sort of the practical security requirements of interoperability, defense modernization, stable and robust spending on defense, which we expect all allies to share the burdens of defense, and maintaining good neighborly relations. NATO doesn't want to bring in countries that are going to become an immediate flashpoint for conflict. Now, in this case, it's Russia that has the leverage to maintain a constant state of instability, but Ukraine has to do its part to create the conditions for a political solution, put the onus on Russia for being the intransigent party in the negotiations.
Thanks a lot, Sandy. That was a really concise list, and I'm very happy to hear that you think NATO membership is possible and even possible before 2030. That's fantastic. John, let's bring you into the conversation. Why should NATO let Ukraine in? What can it bring to the alliance? It's got a war in its east. It has massive political instability, and it has a big problem with corruption. I know you can contest some of those points. We can have a discussion about how corrupt, how much political instability, but grant me those 3 things. Why would Europe want to bring Ukraine in? Ambassador, you're muted.
As a practical matter, Ukraine has certain assets which very few countries in the alliance have, like superb airlift capability. They also have a relatively large military, which is now well versed in fighting with the Russians. Also an asset for the alliance. They've also shown a demonstrated willingness to go outside of area to work with NATO as they did in Afghanistan, as they did in Iraq. So those are all practical reasons why NATO would be benefit by Ukraine's membership. But there are even more important reasons than that, and Sandy already hinted at it. The key fact is that the major source of instability in Europe today is Moscow's war in eastern Ukraine. As perhaps Ukraine's finest strategic mind, Volodymyr Hrabulin, says, Ukraine will not enjoy peace until it's a member of NATO. Then Moscow will leave it alone. So if you want to make sure that Moscow's aggression in eastern Ukraine ends, or at least is limited, bring Ukraine into NATO. Now that raises some issues which you broached with Sandy. What would NATO's commitment be? But NATO can, in fact, I learned this from Sandy years ago, NATO can bring into the alliance countries which are in a state of war, whose territorial integrity is contested, as long as the security guarantee does not extend to the area which the country brought in does not control. So NATO could bring Ukraine in, but not provide a security guarantee at the moment for either Crimea or Donbass. But that would be a very sharp red line to the Kremlin saying this far and no farther. In other words, there are limits to your aggression. And that would be the single greatest thing Europe would achieve by bringing NATO in. Sadly, a fair number of states in the alliance look at this as a matter of not provoking Russia. Those states have not learned the lessons of history, which appeasement rarely works. When a predator's appetite is up, appeasement is a very bad strategy. And in fact, they tried appeasement after Moscow's aggressive war in Georgia, and it failed completely. That's how you got Crimea and Donbass. So a strong response by the alliance, willingness to bring Ukraine in, would make a great deal of sense. Now, you spoke about the liabilities in Ukraine, and they're real. We know corruption is a huge problem. I wouldn't say Ukraine is unstable politically. I would say it has a robust and even semi-chaotic democracy. But that is manageable, and ultimately that's more stable than a dictatorship, as you see either in Belarus or in Russia. Which is why Mr. Putin can't think of retiring, because he wonders what would happen if he did retire. So there is stability in Ukraine of a kind. But certainly, the alliance already learned when bringing in countries like Bulgaria and Romania that great work, perhaps more work, needs to be done before admission in areas like corruption.
Thank you, Ambassador Herbst. Ambassador Gershwell, I want to ask you one last question that I know you have to leave us. John just talked about this idea of extending NATO membership without bringing in the areas that are involved in a war. Does that have a special term, and has it been done before? How practical is it?
Well, there's no special term for that, but it does reflect what in practice happened. It's not a perfect parallel, but what happened with Germany. When Germany was divided during the Cold War, the Federal Republic of Germany became a member of NATO, but NATO's protection and security guarantee did not apply to East Germany, even though we didn't, at least in the early days, recognize the GDR as a genuine independent country. So it would be similar to that NATO would undertake, and it would have to be with the agreement of Ukraine, would undertake to extend its protection and security guarantees only to the territory actually under the genuine control of the Kyiv government, and that the occupied territories would be ultimately destined to become part of NATO, but only after some kind of political solution restored them to Ukrainian sovereignty. This is why it's a complicated issue and why many allies are hesitant. Yes, many don't fully appreciate what's at stake in terms of dealing with a revisionist Russia, but others also are somewhat intimidated by the practical challenge of defending part of a country but not the whole country. But we can't allow the Russians to, by occupying territory, claim a permanent veto over the fate of Ukraine. And that's why the West at some point has to stand up and take on this responsibility, assuming Ukraine does do its homework and meets the requirements and prevents the kind of candidacy that NATO can't refuse.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sandy. Hannah, please give us the Ukrainian view on this.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sandy. Really appreciate it. Is this idea feasible at all? The idea that Sandy and John have just floated, membership for Ukraine, but leaving out the Donbass and Crimea. What do you think?
It's not living up. It's just temporarily not getting the security guarantees for these two territories. Honestly, I think that is very visible. And here I will make the parallel with the enhanced forward presence that we have concerning the Baltics. Originally, everybody being afraid in NATO to start this enhanced forward presence because they also thought that it can provoke Russian Federation with the further actions around there on the northern flank. But as a result, what we received after several years, it is the opposite, that now when the NATO forces of the different countries are stationed in this Baltic republics plus Poland, it is Russia who is thinking, is it really valuable for them to attack the small countries? Because before they probably thought about them only as the small countries, but now it is the NATO forces there. So probably it is not worthy, it is too risky, and the consequences can be much harder than before. The same can happen with Ukraine. So as soon as the NATO guarantees are at least for the 95% of the territory, because let's be honest, the eastern parts, the eastern districts, it is just approximately 5% of the territory of Ukraine, but the 95% will be protected. Let's say that in Odessa or in Kyiv, in Chernihiv, here in those border, or in Kharkiv, in the border regions, the probability of risks will be lower because definitely it will be more assurances about the possibilities of protection about this. That is very hypothetical, that's for sure. But I mean that if we make these parallels, if we make these arguments in Brussels, why that can be okay for Ukraine to have protection except of these territories. But at the same time, we definitely need to calculate risks, because Russia also can use this moment like to continue stationing or openly to station their forces, for example, in Donetsk or Lugansk regions, with the same logic as they left it in Transnistria, even that they said that they should go out in 1999, because they said that, oh, it still risks, it should be there. So definitely we should expect a certain bargain and a certain manipulation with these. And Ukraine should have a very good and clear arguments why it should be done.
Thanks a lot, Hannah. Pavel, I'd like you to draw on the Polish experience. What advice would you offer to Kyiv? How can they convince Western Europeans that the time is right now for NATO membership?
Well, thank you for invitation. I think that if you observe Russian policy in the post-Soviet space, in fact, this is key evidence that it's the right time to offer not only policy open door, but also a clear way to full partnership for Ukraine to NATO, but also to European Union. Let's look for the situation in the post-Soviet space 30 years after collapse of Soviet Union. We have, in fact, three countries. Which are three post-Soviet countries, which are an integral part of the West. It's Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. But it should be noted that when the Soviet Union collapsed, these states has, in fact, not been officially in December 1991 part of Soviet Union. And I would like to concentrate on the three special countries from the post-Soviet, let's say. I don't like this description, post-Soviet. Okay, former Soviet Union members. I mean association trio. Three countries of Eastern Partnership, which belong to the Eastern Partnership and cooperate closely with the West. I mean that three countries have association agreements, deep and comprehensive agreements, deep and comprehensive agreements about the trade, and also visa-free agreements. It's Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. It's a key to the future of the peace in the Central Europe. These three countries. And Ukraine, it's a key in this trio as a result of its size, political role, economy, and population. Without Ukraine, in this strong ties with West, we have, in fact, without independence of Ukraine, we have, in fact, Soviet Union bis.
especially if we observe last month of policy, Russia's policy towards Belarus. This underlines the importance of Ukraine's independence, which, if lost, would particularly mean the reinstatement of the Soviet Union. It's, for me, clear. This is key argument to our Western partners. If you want to have in Central Europe Russia as a new Putin's empire, as a third empire after Romanov Empire and Soviet Empire, you should postpone open door policy to NATO. What we can do? 3 points. I think it could be, from my point of view, with respect to the Polish experience, but I would like to underline that it's not very easy to compare situation in Poland 20, 30 years ago with today's situation in Ukraine. Ukraine have a unique experience with Russian policy. I mean, Crimea, I mean, Donbass, etc., etc. This is absolutely traumatic experience with neighbor. Okay, 3 points from my point of view. We should support Ukraine in its effort to protect its borders. This is a practical issue, but really important. To arm Ukraine, etc., etc. This is a role for NATO and NATO member states. This is not only policy, open door policy is a clear signal to Ukraine society, but also Ukraine society should feel that we are ready to protect its borders as our partner. Second one, Eastern Partnership. We should also support the development of the Eastern Partnership in general. I mean, 6 countries, 6 members on the East, and the key is to organize. We should organize a summit. A few years without summit, it's too long break. Okay, I understand COVID, etc., but we should organize a summit, especially in the context of the situation in Belarus. The situation in Belarus today is completely new element in. It should be for us completely new element of our strategy. I mean, West of our strategy towards Ukraine. The situation in Belarus, it's a real threat for us. And the third point, we should also develop relations with the association trio. Associated trio. The attractiveness of the Western proposition must be nurtured among the societies of these nations. There is a need for a special program which will be personalized and will address the specificities of the individual countries. We should have special policy towards that free associated trio countries of associated countries should be given the political perspective of EU membership also. This is a maybe last historical call, 30 years after the collapse of Soviet Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. George, thank you so much for your patience. I would love to know, we've talked a little bit about NATO membership and the viability of it for Ukraine. If it happens, what do you think the Russian response would be?
Well, thank you, Melinda. And I'm going to speak today in the role of a friend who tells another friend what he needs to hear rather than what he wants to hear. And I think the answer to that is that should Ukraine approach membership, should that membership appear to be advancing or imminent, I think the Russians do the opposite of what has been asserted so far, which is that they leave Ukraine alone. I think the Russians have already shown that they will go to war to prevent Ukraine, as well as Georgia, from becoming a NATO member. And we can certainly say that Russia should not have the right to exercise a veto over their NATO membership. But the fact is that they are exercising that veto, not at the negotiating table because anyone has granted them that right, but on the battlefield. They have the capability and they have the political will to use military force to prevent this. Now, the argument that Russia would, if Ukraine were a member of NATO, leave Ukraine alone, I think is wrong. It not only is a contrast to what Russia has already done in Ukraine since 2014. I think there's another historical experience here that very seldom gets applied in our thinking about Ukraine, but one I think is very relevant, and that's the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Soviet Union attempted to put nuclear missiles on Cuba in 1962. And the United States did not react by saying, well, this is just, too great a risk to the United States. We can't afford to go to war with the Soviet Union. Too risky for us. We're simply going to have to grit our teeth and let that stand. Not at all. The United States regarded this as, I think quite correctly, an existential threat to the United States, one that it could not tolerate. And we, in fact, were willing to go to war to prevent those missiles from ever becoming operational. Now, ultimately, we found a diplomatic way out of that crisis. We did not have to go to war, but that diplomatic solution involved the United States recognizing and pledging to Russia that it would not militarily invade Cuba. And privately, we both agreed that we were not going to be stationing such missiles in close proximity to the other country's borders. And we reached an understanding about what was okay and what wasn't. Now, in the case of Ukraine, the United States has shown it will not go to war to defend Ukraine. We've demonstrated that since 2014. And that's because it is simply not in our country's vital interest to go to war to defend Ukraine. And I don't think it's wise for the United States to hold out the false hope to Ukraine that the United States would go to war to defend Ukraine against Russian aggression. That doesn't mean that the United States wants to leave Ukraine out in the cold, that it does not want to see Ukraine as an independent, united, secure, and prosperous country. Just the opposite. I think that's very much in our interest. But it means that the United States isn't going to commit itself to go to war to make that happen. And I would argue that the path toward that independence and unity, security, and prosperity is much more promising if Ukraine is not aiming for NATO membership.
Thanks a lot, George. What should Ukraine be aiming for then?
Well, obviously, it needs to settle the war in Ukraine. It needs to find a way to embrace all regions of the country so that they can all feel a part and having a stake in self-government together. Now, I think it's obviously in Ukraine's interest to liberalize, to reform, and that is a path toward prosperity. I don't think it can do so when it is an object of such devastating geopolitical competition between East and West, between Russia on the one hand and the United States and NATO on the other hand. That kind of competition tears the country apart. Ukrainians suffer from that more than anybody else. And extracting itself from that geopolitical competition, I think, is the best path toward internal unity and toward the kind of peace that will allow internal development, prosperity, and robust economic and trade relations with both East and West. So much of Ukraine's economy is dependent on robust relations with Russia. And it, I think, would suffer from losing those relations economically. But it needs to be able to be in a position where it can also have very robust economic and trade relations with the EU and with the United States as well. So I think that's the path toward a better future for Ukraine, which I think the United States very much wants to see.
Thanks a lot, George. Glad to have you on the panel. Ambassador Herbst, your response, please.
It's always good to be in an event like this with George, so people can hear very different points of view.
Can you speak up too? You're very soft-spoken.
I'll speak up. Look, George presented Cuba as an example as to why Ukraine cannot join NATO. I would actually say Cuba is a good example as to why Ukraine needs to join NATO. The Soviet Union was concerned before the Cuban Missile Crisis about the intention of the United States to overthrow the Castro regime, a very pro-Soviet regime right on our borders, right on our doorstep. And of course, as a result of the introduction of missiles, which we eventually forced out, they received a pledge from the United States, which has been honored to this day, to leave Castro alone, to leave the Cuban regime, the pro-Russian, the pro-communist regime alone. And in a sense, that's what Ukraine joining NATO would do. But George is right, of course, regarding the dangers of putting ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons near a competing superpower's territory. So that's why Sandy said that bringing Ukraine into NATO requires a conversation with Moscow about, among other things, a pledge from NATO not to put certain weapon systems, or perhaps any weapon systems, into Ukraine. Regarding Ukraine's need for close economic relations with Russia and Europe. In fact, Russia was Ukraine's major trading partner. So Moscow began economic aggression against Ukraine in 2013 as Ukraine was considering this trade deal with the EU. And then, of course, after the war, trade relations between Moscow and Kyiv right now exist, but they're much less than they were. And I think it was in 2015 that the EU surpassed Russia as Ukraine's main trading partner. And there's one other point here that's extremely important. The countries that have truly developed over the past 30 years or 40 years, China being perhaps the principal example, have developed because they've married their economy with the global economy, the open economy. Those countries which have lingered in old-style economic unions, like, for example, the one that emerged in the post-Soviet space led by Russia, have not done well. You have to open your economy. That's true for Ukraine. That's, for that matter, it's also true for Russia.
Thanks a lot. Okay, George, one more question for you, and then I'm going to bring Solomia in, and we'd love to have your questions. Kyiv Security Forum, I hope you've been writing down your questions. George, you basically made a case for neutrality for Ukraine, to be friends and be able to work with Russia and with Europe. Is that possible? Would Russia agree to neutrality and leave Ukraine alone and allow that kind of policy?
Yeah, I think Russia would. And I think two reasons make me believe that that's true. Number one, Russia says that it wants to do this. It's been asking for Ukrainian neutrality and guarantees of Ukrainian neutrality, not just in Ukraine's constitution, not just in Ukrainian law, but something that the United States and Europe legally and formally recognize as a permanent state. The second thing is experience tells me, looking back to the Cold War, to the way the Soviet Union dealt with this issue, the Soviet Union agreed to neutrality in Austria in 1955. It worked out very well for the Austrians, and informally agreed in Finland to a situation where there was an understanding implicitly that Finland could have full ability to determine its internal policies, but was constrained in what kind of security relationships it could have externally. As long as Finland didn't cross certain lines in its foreign policy, the Soviet Union was content to allow Finland to govern itself inside its borders and essentially to thrive under those circumstances. So both historical experience and what the Russians are saying they want tell me that that's a realistic objective for Ukraine.
Thanks, George. Hannah, do you think that's realistic?
I have a lot of counter arguments to George, but we'll skip only to one. First of all, Putin, Russia is not Soviet Union in terms of relations to the international law and order. Soviet Union at least tried to follow certain agreements and their obligations there. That's why Austrian neutrality works. Putin is not following even the agreements that he signed, and that is perfectly seen, for example, now in the Sea of Azov agreement or in many other agreements that are being signed, even the Kharkiv agreement. The second reason is that we already heard about association agreement that, for example, Russia can agree to these, but not to agree to NATO. We saw the result of 2013. Ukraine said we are not signing association agreement. It didn't prevent Russia from further action. The same happened with the NATO support. At that time, we had only 13% supporting NATO support and de facto neutral status in the official documents. Again, it didn't prevent from occupation of Crimea. So the biggest problem is that at least with the Kremlin and Putin ahead of it, you never can be sure that even if the treaty or agreement is signed, it will follow the rules. And during these 7 years, we saw so many violations of all the international agreements and treaties that you don't have any guarantees from this side. So, okay, the United States is taking obligations not to take Ukraine to NATO, but what obligations Russia will take and how you can be assured that they would follow the same rules that they just signed on the paper.
Thanks a lot, Hannah. Appreciate it. Solomia, over to you. We'd love to have some questions.
Thank you, Melinda. And I must say it was really interesting and provoking to listen to your panel, to hear both options are still on the table. And it hasn't been on agenda for our forum today, I must admit, but apparently, and it is still a part of the, of the opinions of a number of pundits all over the world. So. Which we respect, of course, as well. But I also appreciate the counter-arguments that have already been provided. And I welcome you, our dear participants, to enter the conversation. But so far, so good. We have one question, and I must admit, it has been actually announced already by me, but then I checked out, and the question was actually to your panel, so I will readdress it to you again. It was the question about China in the global context now, and it has been rising for years, for decades now, and it has been admitted, recognized as a systemic rival by a number of NATO documents, NATO 2030 documents. And the particular question from our participants was, is China capable of producing the biologic weapon, and is it any sort of real threat that we should consider today? We, in terms of, international community or each government alone.
Okay, thank you, Solomia. I think Ambassador Herbst and George Beebe are probably the best people to take on that question. George, you want to go first, and then John, you can follow?
So I'll be very brief. Is China capable of producing biological weapons? Yes, it is. I think the amount of press attention that has been given in the past 16, 18 months to this question of China's biological lab work, the kinds of research that's been going on, demonstrates without need to look at secret sources of information that they have a high degree of scientific sophistication in the area of biological research. And there's no question that this is expertise that could be applied should China want to do it to the development of biological weapons. Now, is China a threat? Is the rise of Chinese power a challenge to the United States and to the West and to the world? Unquestionably it is. And one can debate how best we should approach dealing with the rise of Chinese power in the world, tactically and strategically. That's a debate that we're having and we should continue to have. And reasonable people can disagree on how to deal with this threat. But I think there's no question that the rise of China is the most important geopolitical phenomenon with the greatest implications for the world order that we face today.
Thank you, George. John, do you agree with that? Do you think that China is the biggest threat?
I think that China is the greater threat in the long run, and because they have a real economy, which Russia really does not. And that's the basis for great powers, for continuing great power status. But I think Russia is perhaps the more dangerous in the short run because Putin has an appetite for risk, which Xi does not quite share, although Xi's appetite for risk seems to be growing.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Pavel, do you have any thoughts on China that you'd like to share? No?
So don't make of yeah.
Okay, just checking. Go ahead.
But if I may add one element, I think that we should think about the open door policy in category of clear signal to the societies, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, that we are open as a West on the level of NATO and European Union. I think that European Union is a very important part of that political composition.
Great, thank you so much. Solomia, back to you, and please tell your audience that it's okay to ask foreign policy questions, and it's also okay to ask professional questions. If you want to know anything about why these people got into foreign policy, you feel free to ask. Don't be shy.
Yeah,
they're willing to take anything.
Yeah, thank you, Melinda, and that's what I wanted to tell you, because we also have around 40 people in the hall. So I do encourage you to raise your hands, and I'll see your hands, and then we'll ask questions our speakers. And you, Melinda, you've actually mentioned about the foreign policy, while I'll also have kind of sort of domestic policy with the kind of foreign policy implications. And this question apparently would be addressed to Pavel and maybe Hanna. The question is, does the Ukrainian parliamentary/presidential political system help with actually organizing the things in order to get the membership status? And why I'm thinking about you, Pavel, because Poland is well known for a very vivid, very busy politics all over the decades. I have been following personally, but also especially for the last few years. So do you think there's like kind of, as one of you mentioned or earlier today, semi-chaotic Ukrainian democracy and super busy politics in itself, is it, capable of gaining the results, really having some achievements on the foreign policy field? Pavel, and I believe Hanna, over to you, but Melinda, go ahead and moderate your squad.
Thank you.
Start with Hanna.
Okay, I can start briefly. The Foreign Policy Council, Ukrainian Prism, for the last 6 years been doing the scoring of the foreign policy, and one of the chapters is about NATO. So you can see one of the indicators, it is exactly the institutional cooperation on the topic. That's how Parliament, Office of the President, different ministries are cooperating with each other on the topic, and do they speak with a single voice? So you can see how during the 6 years we had ups and downs on the exactly on the topic of the transatlantic cooperation. I would say that currently we are more or less okay with this. And the biggest problems that we as experts notice, it's not between the parliament and the government, but sometimes it is between the different ministries. As you can imagine, that NATO membership, it's not only about MFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's not only about Ministry of Defense. It is many of other institutions, agencies, it's around 80. You can see the whole list in the annual national program. And here, unfortunately, we see that not all of these agencies really understand their role and the importance of the changes and reforms and cooperation for the final goal of the NATO membership or for the increased cooperation. I know that you already had a conversation with Olga Stefanishin, and she probably told you a lot about how it is done through her office, but let's be honest, her office is understaffed. And that is one of the demonstrations that in case we would like to have better coordination of this topic, we need to have proper people and enough people at the offices who are in charge. And I hope that soon we would have the new ambassador, the new permanent representative of Ukraine to NATO, this summit will be 2 years that it is nobody at office. And definitely it was not a very good sign because it's demonstrated certain difficulties exactly about the interagency cooperation and the understanding of the importance of this coordination role of such positions for the membership. But Parliament, as for now, we haven't seen big problems, except probably of the fact that sometimes they don't understand that certain legislation they adopt that can be like security sector reform, some issues as the SBU law, they can think that it is just a domestic issue, but that is also part of our obligations according to the annual national program. So they need to understand that a lot of their legislation can be the additional bricks at our road to Brussels.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hannah. Pavel, we have 1 minute.
Yeah,
please,
1 minute because
please be concise.
Only one element. NATO integration process and especially European integration process is the really holistic political process, very important in shaping of internal political situation. If you, Melinda, asked me about Polish experience, this is the main point of Polish experience. That open door policy, we started from that idea, that open door policy, that declaration of Western leaders is a very important element in that context of shaping of the internal situation, especially in Ukraine.
Wonderful, thank you. I started this panel discussion by saying Ukraine needs you, foreign policy is a calling, and I'm going to end on that note. William James wrote, the greatest use of life is to spend it on something that outlasts it. I strongly encourage you to commit your life to foreign policy. It is the most rewarding career out there. Thank you, Ambassador Herbst. Thank you, Ambassador Sandy Vershbach. Thank you, Dr. Hannah Schles. Thank you, Pavel Kowal from Poland. And thank you, George Beebe, for a wonderful conversation. It was really a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, Kyiv Security Forum. Thank you, Mr. Yatsenuk. Thank you, Danila Lubkivsky. Thank you, Romina Shut. You guys are wonderful. We love working with you. And we can't wait to be together again in Kyiv very, very soon. Thank you, Solomia. Over to you.
Thank you, Melinda, and thank you, colleagues online. Я перейду знову на Україну.
Once again, I will speak Ukrainian. Colleagues, I apologize. There was a question from the audience, but we are approaching the end of our the last part of our forum, and I would like to announce online address. Today probably is going to be the last online address of the chair of the Committee for Foreign Affairs of Lithuanian Republic, Seimas, Ambassador of Lithuania to the United States, Žygimantas Paviljonis. Please.
Brothers and sisters in Ukraine, I am Žygis Paviljonis. I am chairman of Foreign Affairs of Lithuanian Parliament. Unfortunately, I was not able to participate online because at this time with Baltic brothers, Baltic chairman of Foreign Affairs, we are in Berlin fighting for you, for Belarusian brothers, for Georgians, for Moldovans, everyone who is trying to go the same way we already went to the West. So my message is simple. I was recently on your eastern front. I saw Russian soldiers killing your heroes. We were together with our Baltic friends. You are great. You are the best. Your militaries are our heroes. But as a diplomat who spent, well, 25 years and I would say 50 of them by integrating Lithuania into EU and NATO, I would say be the best also on Western fronts. Fight 24/7 in different capitals together with us. Like we are going now to Berlin, next time we have to go together. Berlin, Paris, why not to send more soldiers to Mali together with Lithuanians? Washington, of course, where you have great new administration, the biggest professionals of foreign affairs, Cold War warriors who think like Lithuanians, who are ready to defend your democracy. I saw the visit of Secretary Blinken to Kiev. Which other capital had such a great visit? They are with you. Tori and Nuland, you know what I mean. So let's fight on Western Front. And the third front, please, your own internal. Be the best. Be the champions of reforms in economy, fighting corruption, rule of law. Lead by example. The leadership that I saw when Minister Kuleba invited 3 associated countries, Ukraine, Moldova, together under your leadership. This is exactly what I want to see. We had also similar leadership before our accession to NATO, for example. We had so-called Vilnius 10. Most of those countries got into NATO. So lead it. And I truly believe in your membership. Don't ever believe those who want to destroy that goal. Lithuania will lead EU in 27. For our next presidency, we have a strategic goal to get candidate status for you, to get membership perspective, to open the possibilities for you to start accession talks. And for NATO, I would agree together with you on a working hypothesis that we have to reach a breaking point on your NATO membership until the end of Biden administration. We can do it. And always remember Lithuanian and Israeli saying. Actually, those were Israeli leaders who were born in Lithuania, Litvaks we call them. They know one simple truth. Never be average. You cannot allow to be average. Be the best. Fight for it. And remember another saying that comes from Middle Ages of our common empire. It's not Russia that draws its own borders. We draw the borders of this state that still continues to show aggression. So draw the borders not on eastern fronts, draw the borders on Western fronts, consolidating support to you together with us, and draw the borders for Russia by your internal reforms. You can do it. I believe you. And next time, I will not only come to Kiev, but what I'm always saying to my good old friend, Sasha Motzik, Ukrainian ambassador in Washington, D.C., I spent 15 years of my life fighting for Lithuanian EU and NATO membership. And I know that the moment will come that I will celebrate Ukrainian membership in EU and NATO in Kiev. And one day, Kiev will become one of the strongest capitals of our transatlantic alliance, maybe even the main capital, as Carl Bildt told me once in Washington. Fight for this dream, and we are with you. Слава Україні! Слава вашим героям! Вы сейчас воюете за нашу и вашу свободу. For our freedom and yours. Goodbye. Good luck with your conference.
Bravo.
Bravo. What could be more inspiring than the words of our colleagues like this? And it is my honor now to give the floor to Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Canada to Ukraine, Ms. Larissa Galaza, please. Я говорив, що вам не потрібна моя допомога в тому, щоб завершити цей форум. Чому? Я знаю, ви бачите, вони плескають в долоні, слава Україні, все. А що мені говорити в такому випадку? Отже, я... Я фізично тут присутня тут, і треба їй завести якесь враження. Але, власне, сказано уже все. Пан Апатурай говорив вам чи говорив, що має бути більше НАТО в Україні, більше України в НАТО? Чи пані Стефанішина сказала вам, що ви маєте досить міцну національну річну програму і необхідно мати тісну співпрацю між урядом та парламентом для того, щоб рухатись вперед на цьому шляху? Я впевнений, що ви чули про те, що мало було бути сказано, тому що ж мені тут додати? Хочу сказати, що ви дуже щасливі, вам дуже пощастило, що у вас є ця можливість збиратися тут, і ви отримали можливість, завдячуючи багатьом людям та їхнім зусиллям, мати безпосередній прямий контакт з людьми, які керують вашою країною, і з тими, хто допомагає вам у цьому. І щоденно ви маєте працювати над тим, щоб рухатися вперед цією дорогою до членства України в НАТО. І якщо ви вірите в те, про що говорив останній промовець, можу сказати, що у вас є можливість навчитися і глибоко зануритися в питання не лише приєднання України до НАТО, але і зробити все можливе, щоб Україна стала одним із лідерів серед країн НАТО. Отже, вам дуже пощастило, що ви мали цей форум. Сьогодні день народження мого старшого сину, йому 24 роки сьогодні. І мені було б прикро, якби я не змогла поспілкуватися в цей день з молоддю, оскільки ви моє натхнення. Це вечір п'ятниці, всі дуже втомилися, я розумію, вам не потрібні мої підсумки. Але єдине, що я хотіла б отримати, власне, мабуть, від вас, і це те, що спадає на думку відразу, тому глибоко не думайте над цим питанням. Дайте відповідь. Наше посольство є контактним по зв'язках з НАТО. Я спілкуюся з людьми різного рівня в країні, і я не знаю, що найбільше має відгук. Який меседж мав би найбільший відгук в Україні? Я знаю, зараз скажуть ПДЧ для України, це був би меседж, який би мав найкращий відгук в Україні. Але що дає вам позитив і вам відчути задоволення, суверенітет, здатність розбудовувати свою країну.
Wow, that's very cool. And that day will come. That day will come. Ще що, можете по-українськи також, якщо не хочете? You can do it.
You can say it in Ukrainian if you want.
Yeah, that's an amazing message that you have, especially from some of your closest neighbors. And I find it incredibly powerful. Like when the three foreign ministers from the Baltic countries came a couple of months ago, and they walked to into Ukraine together, came here together. What a powerful show of confidence in Ukraine. What else? Real democracy in Ukraine? Yeah. Do people tell you that you have real democracy in Ukraine? I think that they should. I think that they should. Looking at not just elections, but you know what? It's not easy these days to conduct elections, not even in countries that have had them for many, 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 many decades. And Ukraine is running elections, doing elections, engaging in elections, transferring power. Ukraine is doing that really, really well. What did you say? A free society. Oh, do you want to say that again?
Okay, sorry. I said about free society and it's about possibility to do what you want without any discrimination or stereotypes. So I think it's also a possibility for our society when we become a part of European Union and NATO.
And a lot of the journey to NATO is about putting in place into law the principles and the values that were exactly the reason NATO was created. NATO wasn't created to be a military alliance for the sake of having a military alliance. What brought NATO together were the principles, those values of human rights, freedom, democracy, liberal democratic markets, liberal markets. And the rule of law. There you go. So if you read Article 2 of the NATO of the NATO Charter, that's the Canadian article because a Canadian had the idea that actually should be in there to remind allies why they entered into this sometimes very difficult group together, and made this commitment to each other and bound themselves to each other, because these values and the principles that each one of you want, the values and the principles that now that were out on Maidan, that are in your constitution and everywhere in between, you feel it walking the streets of Kyiv. That was worth fighting for. It was worth organizing for, it was worth spending money on, it was worth the compromise and worth the hard work of keeping that alliance going. So that's at the heart of NATO. One more. What about the Constitution of Ukraine? The fact that it's in the Constitution, that's really, really, really important. I think it is, without that there, I think that there would be more discussion internally about whether, and that is the best argument you can hand your foes, not even your foes, just those who don't have enough energy to fight for you. It's the best argument you can hand to them is, look, they don't even know what they want. And when that got put into the Constitution, it was like written in stone. That's what you want. So it's incredibly powerful. All right, so now, what am I going to tell you? One thing that I find is that sometimes we look too much to the external for validation. This goes to your sovereignty point. And it goes to the desperation that I hear from leaders who say, we need to be mentioned in the speech, we need to be in the communique, we need to be invited to the party. That external validation, I get it. But I think the message that I would want to leave with you is that you are an historic generation of Ukrainians. and you can do it for yourselves. I don't think you have grown up looking for that external validation. I think that you have been around and experienced the world and see what others have done for themselves and understand that you can do that for yourself. So, and that's an important part of the walk, the journey to NATO membership, is doing it for yourself. You're going to leave today, and your heads will be full, and not everything will register, and that's okay. But some things will. And those things, leverage them. Let them move you to the next step. Let them move you to ask a next tough question to a decision maker. Let them move you to decide what courses you're going to study, or where you might apply to work, or what risk you might take with your life in order to move your country forward on that path. Why do I think that everything will be okay? 3 reasons. Because you've heard a lot of really difficult things. I mean, the discussion about China and Russia and the state of the world. Did anybody talk about ecology and climate change? I mean, the crises that we're facing and the big questions that need to be resolved are just legion. Like, let's just go for drinks. Why will everything be okay? First, because countries like Canada really, really care about Ukraine and the fate of Ukrainians. And I would put into that category the United States, Baltics. You hear how that guy talked? Like, he's passionate about Ukrainian sovereignty and membership in the EU and NATO. You have that in your neighbors. You have that in Canada. And for that means that we, in the alliance, keep the discussion about degrees and not direction. We were talking earlier, and I'm going to give you the credit for this point. The reason that all of the politics around the summit are being calibrated so carefully, the reason that we have to take care is so that there is a next step for Ukraine. Because there's some who don't want that next step, potentially. There are a lot of forces working out there. But you've got Canada, you've got the Baltics, you've got all kinds of allies who are talking about the degrees and speed, not direction. In the same way that it's enshrined in your constitution, it is enshrined in the DNA of the discussions and in Brussels, and we're closer to those these days than we normally are because these are really, really important calibrations. The second reason that everything is going to be okay is that you've got all of the ingredients for things to be okay. You've got the push from Ukraine, you've got the pull from allies, you've got all the tools, all the practical mechanisms that NATO makes available to aspiring countries. Ukraine has them. You have the people who want to do it. You've got young people who are learning, who will bring energy to that cause. The full цілий склад існує. It's there. And then the third reason is because of you. Because Ukrainian youth are not average. The previous speaker said, don't be average. There's nothing average about you. Nothing. And again, your devotion of this day to learn, to be led in thought, to consider is admirable. It's an investment that you've made in yourself. It's an investment that you're making in the future of your country. You're showing that you care. Just keep doing that, and everything is going to be okay because the full list of ingredients is there, and at the top of your list of friends, you will always be able to count on Canada. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bravo. Mrs. Ambassador, I must admit, before you actually started your speech, I said, what can outperform the previous speaker in being inspiring? But actually you did. So thank you so much and bravo for you. І, власне, на цій дуже піднятій ноті я дякую двом останнім спікерам особливо за цей настрій і за це натхнення. Я хочу передати
very positive note. I would like to
слова
thank you for this mood, for inspiration. I'd like to give the floor to Danilo. That was a very long day, Solomia. First of all, I thank you for moderation, for this very capable management of this process. And I'm just struck by this bomb of your speech. Thank you very much. The forum thanks you all for tolerating such a long distance of very interesting talks. And now I'd like to invite to the podium the person who organized everything. She's Ramina Shut, please. Well, in fact, I'm also impressed, and it was very difficult for me to come to this podium, and after such speech it's a great honor for me. But I wanted to come to this podium because quite recently I couldn't even imagine that I would stand here, because same as you, I was a participant of a youth forum, and each such event for me was a special one, and I'm sure that among you there is such a person who feels the same as I felt at that time. That's why I want to tell you, Arseny Petrovich, great thank you. Thank you for giving opportunities to young people, and I personally felt it. I'm a good example of this. I thank every participant for being here, and I want to say that together we can do everything. This is our time, and we must act. And on behalf of the Foundation Open Ukraine, I want to thank all our speakers, all our partners, and all those who participated in organizing this extremely important event. I also want to thank the director of Kyiv Security Forum, Danilo Lubkivsky. You inspire us. I thank the wonderful team of the fund. You are cool guys. We can do everything with you. Once again, thank you, and see you again. So we are for NATO.